welcome back, everyone. So, last time you guys were traveling with Paul, who is a very handsome-looking gentleman who is a painter and is on his way to restore an old chapel. And he reminds you of Bon Jovi, even though you have no idea who Bon Jovi is. But as you woke up and had your breakfast of wyvern parts, you carried on, and there came a squad of hobgoblins, cavalry with an armored wyvern and a hobgoblin captain. And you hit successfully, but they came round again because, they were searching for something, so they probably had to regroup. And as they came back, your disguise was not good enough the second time. So you had a fight with the armored wyvern, the hobgoblin captain, and the 2 or 3 hobgoblin cavalry squads, along with 2 hobgoblin spellslingers. However, it turned out to be not that difficult. And after the fight, you came across a crossroad where you could go left or right. And after a few minutes, Paul decided to go left. But then after a few more minutes of going down the road, he turned back and you came across travelers who did take the exit you were on. And then Paul took the other one, and after a few minutes, you saw 2 rocks, enormous, monstrous birds fly across with one who has a carriage in its claws and one who had 4 travelers. Ruud quickly fired an arrow, I believe, at the rock, and so started combat. However, also, this combat didn't take too long or was too difficult. The only problem was that Leonardo and Tenelavi dropped from 130-foot height as the rock died, and it could have been much higher since it was just next turn that the rock would be able to fly away and fly up to about 300 feet in the air. And then Tenelavi chops up rocks, while Ruud gathers the beaks, talons, and feathers for weapons and armor. And you get a good night's rest finally. And in the morning, Leonardo gets a message from our hobgoblin captain via the sending stones, but he didn't understand it. Because it probably spoke goblin. But he made a mental note to use his clockwork earwig when he gets another message, so he can understand something. And then, as you were closing in on the chapel, as Paul said, it would be another day, and then in the morning you would reach the chapel. But in the afternoon, it already got very dark. As you approached the graveyard, which was very odd, but the road goes through the graveyard, and Paul tells you that we have to go through the graveyard, and there appears to be really no other way towards the chapel, because you can already see it far in the distance. There is a hill, and he says it's there on top of the hill, or almost a mountain even, and this is the only road that leads to it. So you got there. Even though it was sunny, it started to get dark. And as you get closer, you can see a building in the distance, or at least Lord Theodore saw a building in the distance, because he has excellent night vision. And I just heard that Shagrex, well, you have 60 feet of dark vision, right? So that's correct.
Yeah. Goggles of night.
Yes.
So
And as you...
in the dark.
Yes, and as you got closer, you noticed that there was an enormous dead tree, and you saw 2 corpses lying in the middle of the road. And then Leonardo heard voices coming from this way, speaking something about people approaching. And that is where we left off.
How long has it been getting dark for? So how long have we been traveling on the dark?
About 5 minutes, so not that long.
Maybe. Shagrax might go to sleep, take a nap.
Okay. Sure.
I've got my bow out, so I'm ready for anything process aggressively while I'm trying to kick Shaggy awake.
I have my big hammer, my shield out, well, staring blindly into the darkness, not seeing anything. But the first thing that touches me will
You
get
have
a hammer.
a torch lit.
Oh, we have a torch lit. Okay.
We can light a torch.
Well, the first thing that enters that enters the circle that does look even remotely aggressive will have a Tenalavi jumping on them.
Okay.
Cat. We might want to check it out.
So Paul stops his cart. No. Okay, there we go. It worked now. So, it is very dark in here. There's no natural light, at least not that allows you to see. And I want to say, Leonardo, probably also Shagrax, yes. You hear someone cast a spell over here.
Uh-oh.
At least I don't think Ruud, no. And Theodore, nope. Who wants to play Lord Theodore? Because I didn't do a good job of it last time.
I barely do a good job of playing my own character. I think I'm going to stick to what I do.
Leonardo, you want to take a crack at it, or shall I?
I volunteer you as tribute.
Okay.
Okay. Attune 2, right? Or Attune... No, Attune beat.
Yes.
Owner. There we go.
That's
Lord Theodore.
Lord Theodore.
And you hear noises down south. And also somewhere around here. You're not quite sure what they are. Moving, maybe something eating, you're not quite sure. Leonardo, are you exhausted? Is that correct?
Yes.
Why?
Because I was knocked unconscious.
Yes, but you got another
Rest? I don't
night's
know.
rest.
Did we get another night's rest after the rock fight?
Yes, you did.
We did?
Yeah.
Are these bushes over here?
Yes.
I will hop down into the bushes and then try to keep quiet and still.
Roll a stealth check. At least I assume you're trying to be sneaky.
Yeah.
Lord Theodore will pull out
Okay.
his what's it called? Retirement, and just,
Okay.
yeah, be ready to shoot at anything that might be. He actually has a pretty decent vision, actually.
I will actually go onto the. Oh, do I have to go onto the car?
Yeah, I paused it. You want to?
Okay,
What?
I would like to go onto the guard to have first more vision and second of all more leverage when I jump on something.
You want to go on the cart? Okay.
Yeah.
Like At the highest point of the cart.
Ah, okay. That would probably be in front. What is this? Oh, that's Shokrax's aura.
Yes, that's within that. Everybody has resistance to fear. I believe it was.
Yeah.
I thought that. I thought that was how far his snores go out to.
Also, probably.
No, that's even further. Don't worry about it. So.
And Paul says to hold up. He gets visions, and he says that someone will approach, and danger will follow.
Danger will rabbit.
Danger. Well, danger. I like to murder danger. Or try
And
to.
you hear
arrest.
a voice coming from over here. You cannot see him in the dark, but since you have a torch, he sees you. It's a gruff voice, and he says, "State your business. What are you doing here?" As you can hear him slowly approach. And you hear Leonardo. He also whispers something back.
What does he whisper back?
Adventurers, be ready.
Okay.
We still have the two bodies of the.
Probably.
Two, yeah, because we took them with us, of the two poor souls that were captured by rocks and then dropped from a height when we started attacking them.
Yeah.
I'll try move forward to the edge of the bushes. I won't exit the bushes. I'll just walk to the edge.
You roll a perception check to see if you can see what you're seeing.
See what you're seeing. You don't see anything.
Nope. Even though you see the token, you don't see it.
So,
they are very well hidden.
Okay, I think that's the edge of the bush there.
Shagrax will say back, we are here to bury some unfortunate people. It seems like they had an ill fate.
Okay. You see now, only Tenelavi doesn't see it. But he will light his torch. Hold on. Yeah, orange. There we go. He will light a torch. And you see a mountain of a man. If he even is a man, you hardly can tell. He looks to be a Goliath of some sort, or a mini giant.
Tenelavi looks very interested.
Yes, he's wearing a large shield and a large sword.
Is that a cousin of yours, or?
I don't know. I don't know many other Goliaths. I haven't been to Goliath villages since I was just a me child. He does look quite intense, so eyebrow wiggle.
He says, "Go bury your corpses somewhere else. You are not allowed here."
Now, why is that?
We are performing a ritual, and we need peace and quiet before you get yourself hurt.
Oh, rituals. I'm quite handy with those kinds of things. I know a lot about rituals. I might be able to help you.
That won't be necessary. We are capable enough to perform this ritual. And you can hear someone shout, "We did it!"
Oh, it seems
In
you're
the distance.
You are finished. Can we just be on our way then? With our business?
Yes, we can put you in the graves that you want, if that's what you're asking. You can be on your way to your grave, or you can turn around.
I didn't say that.
I think he meant it literally.
Huh? No,
I don't have time for squabbles. Leave. And he approaches.
I just think his comment is quite poor, and maybe is a misunderstanding.
I think he wants to murder us. Then Alavi has this excited grin on her face, already lifting
Are you
her
saying that
hammer.
out loud? Or whispering?
I'm whispering it to Chakras, but I she has this kind of feral grin on her face. Like, if he's gonna kill us, we're gonna kill him, and this is going to be one hell of an epic fight with a guy looking like that.
Mm-hmm. Well,
She's
not saying that out loud, but that's her kind of
He slowly
expression.
backs away. And
I asked Paul, is there any other way around, or is this the way through? Since we are in a cemetery, we might just as well bury these two folk.
I'm afraid burying them has to wait. Prepare yourselves. But not too suspiciously.
Is that Paul?
What's suspicious?
That's Paul, yeah.
How do you prepare not too suspiciously?
Keep your eyes open, my lady. Be wary.
That's a default mood.
Very well. He steps back a little bit further. And his torchlight goes out, and he says, I think we're going to have a problem here.
I'm staying absolutely quiet and still, just watching and waiting.
Yes, you are hidden.
Leonardo, don't you want to go and hide yourself? You are quite good at that. Maybe take a northern approach.
You hear footfalls as he steps even further back, and you can hear him say, Call! They're not leaving.
It's hard to turn the carriage around.
You say that out loud?
No, just wondering too much.
That's fine. I'm just wondering what you say out loud and what you don't.
I whisper to her, should we just turn around and go? But something isn't right here. It shouldn't
We
be
cannot
so
turn
dark.
around.
Okay then.
Ruud, you swear you see one of the corpses move ever so slightly, but you're not quite sure if it's your imagination or not, since it's so dark.
Leo would like to stealth, please.
Go ahead and roll a stealth check, Leonardo.
Yes.
Okay, you are also hidden.
I'll try.
Tinalavi is gonna thump her hammer against her shield and call out, Oi! Are you coming or not?
Yes, I guess this is the way it's supposed to be.
Oh, sorry.
I will very.
Charge! And he shouts for everyone to get ready. And we are going to combat.
So I was trying to say something as Denelavi spoke. I was trying to cast Bless. Can I still do that?
Oh, yeah, sure.
Okay, I'll bless myself, Denelavi, and Shaggy, because they're the ones I can see at the moment.
Okay, yourself, Tenelavi, and Shaggy. Blessed. Does that work? Yes.
Okay.
All right.
Theodore will ask if we are going to fight, and he will aim
Let's
at
see,
the
how
guy.
long does this spell last?
Bless.
No, not bless.
Uh,
10 minutes. Oh, he would have cast it already. Shielded, where is it? Divine shield, surely there's something like this.
Divine shield or
Fire shield, holy shield, there we go. Alright. Did I get everyone?
Can Lord Theodore just shoot him already?
Yes.
If he aimed at the guy, will he get advantage in some way, or just?
Steady aim, if he has that, sure.
He doesn't. He's not a rogue to have steady aim.
Okay, let's roll initiative. It's going to roll gazillion dice, maybe. You don't know. Maybe only 2. There are only 3 enemies. Don't worry about it.
It's fine.
Begin combat. Leonardo, you're up first.
Can Theodore should be 4 going
Oh,
to initiative?
Well, he didn't say he prepared to shoot.
I said he took out his rifle and he was prepared to shoot if someone was aggressive, and they seem to be.
Yes, I missed that.
Yeah.
You're right.
So
But I don't think he has steady aim.
he does not, because that's a
Rogue thing.
rogue
So he
feature.
can go ahead and shoot. As Morok, the Bone Breaker, has already cast his shield on him. Ooh, but shield does not prevent a natural 20.
And he will do a what is it?
So he takes 22 damage.
A violent shot on that. I don't know how that works.
You can roll 2 additional d12s. Because it's a crit, so just
Yeah,
roll
so
2d12.
Another 2d12 on that.
Damn, 16. He is already looking lightly injured.
Yep.
As an enormous boom echoes through the graveyard.
Yeah.
Leonardo, what do? You hear the sound of battle.
Because he is sick of these peasants and.
I don't see anyone, so I'm gonna stay in my little nook and hold a psychic blade till I see.
You
something.
hear things right next to you, though, Leonardo.
Uh-oh.
There is a building next to you.
Yeah, I hear things in the building.
And you can also hear something in this grave and in that tombstone.
Oh, but I don't see anything.
No, not from here.
Let's do a little.
Let me just do it like. Oh, do you see something now?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Now I'm just checking if other people can also see it. Yes, Lord Theodore also sees it. For some reason, because they are not normal walls. So let me make them normal walls. And then do it like this.
Gotcha.
There we go. At least now you can see. That's what you see, Leonardo.
Yeah, I don't like that too much.
You have seen these creatures before in the Sea Hag's cave. I will also spoil it for Tenelavi and Ajun because Ruud already saw it as well. They are ghouls.
Oh, wonderful. Just what I needed. Target practice.
Lovely creatures. Lovely. They are.
So go ahead. What does Leonardo do?
I can see that guy too. Sorry, I ping at that guy.
If you see him, then yeah.
Perfect. Well, I don't like that.
He has a shimmering magical shield around him as well.
I don't care. Psychic blade. Your magic means nothing to me.
That misses.
What if I make it a 21?
That also misses. You see that it might have hit, but this magical shield prevented it. Wait, what's this?
No, that's for me, for my cosmic omen, so I know what it does
I would
today.
like to bonus.
You still have a
action
bonus action.
Yeah.
Okay.
Ah!
Jump back in the cart.
Yeah.
You are no longer hidden then.
Yeah.
Oh, you had advantage on your first attack.
Oh, you're right. I forgot I was hidden. I forgot I do stuff. How
Doesn't
about if I do it worse?
Yes. That's your turn?
That'll be my turn, yeah.
Then it's the Ditzy Ghoul's turn. Stand up, half movement. And then, well, ghouls are not that intelligent, right? No, not that intelligent. He will just use his action to dash. And then look hungrily at you.
I still have a prepared attack.
Yeah, if you want.
Oh yes, I want.
That hits 12 bludgeoning damage on the ghoul. He seems already badly injured. However, a skeleton emerges from a grave and sees you fighting his good friend and will try to shoot you, Tenalavi. But
Bitch!
it does not
You are
really
the target
matter.
practice, not me.
It missed.
Telling you.
Alright, then it's Paul's turn. What will Paul do? He will look at the rest of everyone and also cast Bless. To use still. And then he will target Leo, Theodore, and himself.
Yeah. Figured.
Everyone is blessed. It is concentration, yes.
Yes, it is.
You also cast it, right, Sigrex?
No, it was
it was me.
Ruth.
Oh, okay.
I don't have
So you
that
are also
sort
concentrating.
of powers.
Alright.
Just, care
And then
about
he
anything
will
like
step
that.
out of the carriage and stand over here.
Why?
Why? You're right. You will actually move all the way over here.
No, I was thinking you would just go back
Good.
somewhere to hide.
No, he's not a pussy. He's a painter, but not a pussy. Ruud, it's
Really?
your turn.
That's quite strange.
Okay, I will activate. Use my bonus action to activate Aegon's moving ladder and go up by, let's say, 15 feet. Straight up.
All right.
And then I haven't seen. Yeah, sorry.
No, continue.
And then haven't seen this thing. I'm going to think back and
I
realize.
want to show you something else. The wall height is only 10 feet. So you should see something else now. No. There.
Okay.
I don't know why you don't see it, but
Aren't you a cat? Can't you climb a tree?
Why do I need to climb a tree when I can stand on a platform?
so you stand on a platform. What do you do?
I will now realize that I thought I saw this thing move, so it must have fucking moved. So I'm going to fire at that with my the alchemist fire arrow.
Yes, very good. Yes, that definitely hits. It is alive and well. This stick and an axe you can throw this flame. It deals 1d4 fire damage at the start of its turns. Okay. Well, it will never extinguish the flames because it's not smart enough to do that. It it takes 2d4 fire damage. All right.
Yeah. And then I started. The thing I saw there was that more bodies that looked like ghouls.
This looked like yes. So this corpse looks the same as the other one, so probably also a zombie, and there's also another ghoul here. Yes.
Okay, well, I'll take another pot shot. No, this one's on fire now, so I'll leave it, because otherwise, everyone else, like 10 LV, can definitely see that one now.
Yes, I'll add some fire to it.
Yeah.
And I'll turn around and fire an oil arrow at this one, so it'll still be an attack, but it won't be on fire just yet.
Which one? You have disadvantage on this one since you are no longer hidden, and it's
Use it
prone.
Ah,
But you have bless, so
yeah. Okay, well, there's the blast, but there's disadvantage still. Just gonna say.
fine. So you hit it for 13 piercing damage.
And it is now covered in oil.
Oh, also.
Yeah, it's not on fire yet, though. It's just covered in oil.
Where is it on fire? There we go. Lights.
Actually, no. It is on fire.
Wait, what? It is on fire.
Yeah, I thought for some reason I thought that was a bonus action, but it's just a when you hit.
What am I hearing?
I believe that's my dog.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Does it want to play too?
And then up. Okay, well that's my turn, but I'll point and say, we're surrounded. I've set them on fire. Then go for it.
Is
You
that
can
the
see them
one?
now.
Well, I still have the one on under me, but I can just flatten him, I guess.
Yeah.
All right.
If I make you large enough, can you just use this one as a hitting pole to hit the other one?
I don't know if it does as much damage as a hard hammer.
You see a ghoul run towards you. And then Paul says, brace yourselves. As a certain individual comes closer, he moves exactly 30 feet and only... No, not even Lord Theodore, nobody sees him.
How much
But he
vision do
says,
they have?
you have come to the wrong place.
Oh.
Huh? What's that?
I want a sphere of negative energy ripples out. Wait, let's see if she can. Yes, she can actually point at the middle. That's good. Each creature in that area must make a saving throw.
Off.
Okay, so that's a
Constitution.
spear. Did I manage to be just above the edge of the spear or not?
Well, I moved it very strange. It would probably be more like here. So yes,
Okay, so it does hit me.
yes, it's a very large sphere.
Ooh.
You actually succeeded. You only take half damage.
Ever get blessed?
Yes, you are also blessed.
Where did she know?
Although that
Oh,
doesn't
right.
help Lord Theodore much.
Ooh,
It can only help. Ruud, you still failed. Then à la vie, you need to roll still, and Leo also.
what is the...
D4.
I already rolled.
No, what's the damage?
I have a
Say-
12.
No, I mean you have bless. The damage,
I
can you not see it? It's 29.
Yeah, no. I didn't know what type of damage it was.
Oh, necrotic. Does it
Yeah,
not say?
I have risk plus 12.
Shagrax will use his reaction to absorb elements.
Okay.
even.
Okay, you also failed, then Leonardo also fails.
Less than that.
The DC was not even that high, but you all failed.
What was it?
I'm not going to tell you.
Probably 15 or 16
higher than
when I was. He thought
Higher
I
than
might be able to
14.
pass.
So,
Because I don't.
17 damage, alright.
I don't know all the abilities of Theodore. What is his attributes? Does he
But
have-
luckily for you all, these zombies, etc., are also not immune to necrotic damage.
It appears I cannot apply. Okay. No.
Theodore takes full damage. Shigrax will take only a quarter.
Only one, the hot zombie succeeds.
And how did Paul do?
He succeeded.
Did he make his con save? For the bless?
He didn't need it.
Huh?
Oh, wait for
For the
hold on.
concentration on bless.
Yes. But I wanted to do half damage for this zombie first. Okay.
I know it's a lot
Yes.
of things on the table.
Constitution saving throw for bless.
He
Nope.
fails.
You are no longer blessed.
Leo, Theo, and Paul is no longer blessed.
You
How do I do
succeeded,
it?
Rex?
I didn't have it. It's rude.
Oh, rude, sorry.
It was the con save, right?
Yes. You succeed.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yes, and then there are the zombies who see if they can get back up again. Which
So it's only-
is...
So it's only me, then Olivia and Shaggy that are still blessed.
Yes.
Damage taken.
Yeah.
So that would be Constitution saving throws. Oh, wow. They are still alive with 1 hit point.
But the one on fire?
Sorry?
No. Brink of death, brink of death. Alright.
Yes. They are like normal zombies, shambling corpses, but even more so now. Alright, the Circle of Death has definitely killed some things. As you see, Tenalavi, the ghoul before you, just immediately dies.
Withers
Refract
away
us.
to dust.
My target practice has gone away.
Then it's the social justice Minotaur skeleton's turn.
What?
I know.
Who's that?
Who is that? That's a good
Social
question.
Justice Minotaurs. Wow, where did you
Use
get all
this
these?
action to dash.
That was a
As he
fantastic
dashes
name.
forwards towards Paul. And so Paul is no longer concentrating. This ghoul is not prone, so he can run 60 feet.
Where did you find all these monsters?
Yes, wouldn't you like to know? This zombie is going to use half its movement to stand up, then shamble forward, and then attack one of the horses.
It shambled forward too far. Zombies have 20 feet.
Oh, you're right. You're right, they're very slow.
I got caught up in that in a game last. No, actually, it was this week. I didn't realize that zombies move so slow.
Yeah. Alright, and let me delete things from the combat tracker that are already dead. There we go. Lord Theodore, it's your turn.
Lord Theodore will again notice the bad guy aren't these vile creatures that are up, and he will take aim and shoot retirement again at the
At Morok.
guy. Yeah. And let's hope he doesn't fumble. Oh, never.
That does not hit.
14. Let's see. Shadrax will use his reaction.
Not even close.
Shadrax cannot. He could, but I don't.
I was
think
about to
he-
say, what's the range on?
On what?
He's 90 feet away from Morok. I don't know if you can get.
No, I can use my comic moment to add something to Lord Theodore's die, but I don't think.
It was a 12, right? What you rolled.
No, it's a 14. So you've.
Adding a 14 makes it 28.
A 6. I only roll a d6, so if I roll a 6, it's only gonna be a 20, so I don't think that will help. But
It didn't work for Leonardo.
Yeah, I don't think so. Doesn't he have two shots as a fighter? So,
Yeah, I think so.
then he will shoot again. Let's see. 30
That definitely hits.
with a.
Piercing damage.
What is the guy carrying? Carrying
A longsword and a shield.
a longsword and a shield. Then he will use a disarming shot.
He has to make a strength save.
The DC should be 17, I believe, because the spell
He
DC.
fails.
So he drops, I don't know, his shield, I assume, because
Yes.
that's the first thing that will hit. So he drops in his shield. Then Lord Theo will action surge
Yes, go ahead.
and shoot again 2 times at the guy.
Okay, he still has his magical shield. Ooh!
31! And he
That
will
hits.
violent shot the guy.
Yes, of course. I think Lord Theodore's to stop playing his character. Man,
Yeah, we should swap places. Another 19. So 20, 34.
already very, very injured.
And another shot, right?
Yes,
shots,
yes,
so
you have 2
another
attacks,
shot.
yeah.
And
That is
now Shadrax will use his cosmic omens to add a d6 to that roll to see if it will
Okay,
help.
yeah. That's a reaction, right?
Yeah, it's my reaction. Nope. 19 to hit the guy
Nope.
without the shield in his hand.
Nope.
Okay.
Unfortunately, not.
Yeah. Then I don't know how many potions do we have? Do you have any more potions or anything?
He does not have anything in his inventory, but could
No,
have
because
shared it.
he has the thing, most of the things in the bag of
Bag of
holding.
Let's see, bag of holding contents. I see there are 2 normal, 3 greater, and 1 superior.
Can he take a normal healing potion then?
Yes, sure.
Sure. So 2d4 plus 2.
Yes, I believe so. 2d4 plus 2, yes. Healing potions.
Ooh.
Show to all.
Okay. So
Nice.
Lord Theodore heals 10 hit points, so that he is at 52 now. Nice. See, I know how
Yeah.
to play Theodore. And I cannot move the horse, but he will move to somewhere on this side of it. So
Does he want to stay on the horse, or what do you mean?
yeah, with the horse, he'll take the horse to this side, and that was Lord Theodore.
Alright. Chirpy skeleton. Also not prone, so it can move 30 feet.
What? Derpy skeleton? What?
It's chirpy.
Chirpy.
Very happy. Like a bird, chirping.
Mm-hmm.
He sees 10 à la vie. And I think it's with disadvantage. Let's see. 80 feet. Yes, disadvantage. Which is control? Yes. Nope, that is never going to hit.
Oh, the horses, you stupid bag of bones.
Tananavi, it's your turn.
Alright, so can someone please point me out where I need to run? She calls over to the others.
There's several on fire. There's an on fire ghoul right in front of you.
Yeah. This one is burning. I will point to. There's a big skeleton that way, and that way.
I'm not that mobile.
But how can Tananavi not see it?
Big.
The torch is supposed to give off how much? Oh, 40, 20. Yeah. 20 and 20.
20,
Yeah.
20, 20,
Alright.
dim.
Then Alawi jumps down from the thingy
Mm-hmm.
and just shimmies past the horses and just bonks the thing on the head.
Okay. Yes, that kills, or at least brings it to 0 hit points. And it will stand up again.
Why are you alive? Why are you still alive? Alright. Let's try it in a different way. And I book it with 2 hand axes.
Oh. That also hits. But it is still trying to get back up. Even though this is a magical weapon. And it stays upright still.
What?
And wait, what are you doing?
2
Oh,
hand
you're offhand.
you're offhand. Does anybody have fire?
That also hits. Paul says, I can take care of it if you want. However, you see, Tanalavi, that the zombie is now officially dead.
Finally. And as target practicing as these moldy flesh packets are, they are annoying. Alright, I still have some movement left. Yeah, just move up. Alright. Moving up! Alright, next one.
You see another ghoul. 2 ghouls. Okay, next up. It will move 20 feet.
No.
But you see what it is.
What is it?
Nobody knows what it is.
I
It
don't
will
see
move
anything.
up an extra 20 feet. Nobody has any idea what is moving. You don't hear it. Nezem is going to move as well. Also 30 feet. He's going to stand behind Morok. He will look at his spells and see what has a nice range. Nothing's... Oh, actually, yes. He sees... Tanalavi.
Hello?
He will cast an acid arrow with advantage since you do not see him. So, that just hits, right? 21.
Just hits, yeah.
So you take 9 acid damage. And you take 7 acid damage at the end of your next turn. As you are corroding. Let's do it like that. Very well.
Ow.
Then something stomps forward. You can hear it. But you also cannot see it. Only Lord Theodore is able to see it.
Uh-huh. He will shout out, the Nalavi, look out, there's a big brute coming your way.
Then Morok, seeing that he is close to dying, he will heal himself 30 hit points. And that's an action. Wait. He probably lost concentration on Shield of Faith. And he will pick up his shield again. Then he still has a bonus action. And that will probably be yes.
Should we get technical again?
What's up?
Donning a shield takes an action?
Picking up a shield? No. Really?
Yeah, I think so.
But it only takes a sword is only picking up, right? Yes, you're right.
Sword
it
is
takes
something
one
else,
action to don or doff a
a
shield.
shield.
Huh.
Yeah.
But then shield is being worn instead of in someone's hands, or
I don't.
because then you wouldn't be able to get it out, right? If it's like in the leather straps.
I don't think. Yeah, I don't think it's the disarming.
So then, you would have maybe make it drop its sword, so it will pick
one
it up
held,
again.
One held option. Yeah, one held object. So I don't think. Yeah, I don't think shield counts, but yeah. So.
And then it will just cast Shield of Faith again.
Yeah,
So-
but the sword would have been pushed 10 feet away from him.
Oh, then he moves 10 feet and then 10 feet to pick it up again. Will he? No, he doesn't want to get closer just yet. Alright, he is concentrating and overlooking the battle. That's all he does. This creature is going to stand up 15 feet. It will rush forward as well. Ruud, you see it. Tenalavi, you also see it. Shigrex and Leo, everyone sees it except Theodore. But this is similar to a ghoul, but it's a bit different. It looks taller, more muscular compared to a normal ghoul.
Is it a ghast?
Maybe. So it seems this combat that you thought was easy might not have been so easy after all.
What is that? It was easy.
Asks for more epicer music. The skeleton is going to stand next to its fellow skeleton and shoot at Tenalavi, but you have 3/4 cover Tenalavi from all the monsters in the way, because there are 2 and also a 3 with disadvantage. So yeah, that doesn't work.
That's it.
That's it.
Right.
This crazy ghoul is going to get up from being prone and run 55 feet. The foolish ghoul will also stand up and move 55 feet. Shigrex, it's your turn.
Oh, finally, it's me. I get
Yes,
my
you've
reaction
been sleeping.
I tell Leonardo to I do shoot at a big skeleton. That I put the big horns. I point in that direction to the Minotaur, or what is it? And I will shoot a guiding bolt at it.
At the Minotaur?
Yeah.
That hits 12 radiant damage. Highlighted.
And as a bonus action, why not? I will use a. Could I have gotten my familiar And the whole traveling as can use it. I can expand a wild shape to summon a familiar.
Sorry, what?
I can use a wild shape to summon a familiar, the one that I used to scout.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, so on the long way, because it only takes a wild shape and I get those back after a short rest. So a owl will have owly somewhere around. And then as my bonus action, I will, well, of course, I will shoot things. And I will use the archer starry form archer to shoot at the ghoul right there.
But that's a bonus action also, right?
Huh?
You said you wanted to...
I wanted to have him already, so on the road,
Oh. Yeah, you probably
because
would have. Yeah,
I would have summoned him using a wild shape, so it would have been here with us already. Then
And what is that?
An owl.
An owl again?
Yeah, just an owl.
An owl.
An owl, and I will use my bonus action to starry form archer this ghoul in the face.
All right.
Shoot the ghoul in the face. 20 for 19 damage on the
90 damage. Damn.
Yes, it was a pretty good roll.
Good roll.
7 and 8 on 2d8. Yeah. Plus my modifiers. Nice.
Should have
Radiant
shot at the
damage.
zombie, but all right.
No, it's an Alavi will, and then the familiar will. Let's see. It will be. It has flyby, so it can go to. Yeah, that zombie use the help action and fly away.
Okay, let's see. Arjun, you are owner of this little bird.
Little bird.
Owl, always for everyone. There we go.
Oh.
What do you want the owl to do?
Owl will do flyby on this guy.
And attack it with its
No.
talons.
No, it won't
Oh.
attack it. It just will use the help action, and because it has flyby, it doesn't provoke opportunity attacks. So it'll just go there, use the help action, and fly away, and then Tenalavi will have advantage on attacking the guy, and that's how that works.
All right.
I
It will
do.
stand up from pretending to be dead and attack Tenalavi with a slam.
Well, I slam you first.
With advantage.
With advantage, sorry, alright.
Right,
Yeah, or I rolled, so...
Wait, what's happening?
it takes 2 damage. 5 damage at the start of its turn.
At the end of its turn, I know.
Start.
So
Where
I did...
does it end? Oh, because this is now the Faerun, you mean? Oh.
Oh, that's Alchemist Error.
I thought
took-
Alchemist Fire said at the end of its turn.
Start to reach its turn.
You take the first damage roll, right?
At start, yes. Okay, so. And, well, it has only 1 hit point, so it has to make Constitution saving throws. 9, which is too bad. It dies before it can even try to hit Tenalavi.
Isn't it?
There we go. It's a burning corpse. Then the hot zombie will climb out of its tomb, move towards Paul with an action.
I call
It's a very
bullshit and
pretty
did not
lady,
find that thing.
even though it's
Yeah.
a zombie.
Huh?
Leonardo,
Yeah,
1 round has passed. It's your turn again.
I will follow Shapky's advice and attack the big horned minotaur. Oh no.
It's a good thing that you had it. Well, no. Good thing that
Yeah.
you didn't have disadvantage. That hits.
Double
Yeah,
the crits.
you can click on the plus. It's no longer highlighted. Is it immune to psychic damage? I don't think so.
I don't know.
Not when it's a low-level creature.
Oh,
Alright, it's still alive, but not by much.
Still have.
second blade.
That hits 8 psychic damage. It is already dead.
All right.
That was
You
easy.
shall receive, Jackie. Big boys down.
Yes. Wonderfully done. Masterfully done, Lord. Leonardo didn't. Why am I calling you Lord God? What's happening to?
Good. And I'll use all my movement to celebrate happily in the cart and end my turn.
Okay. Very well. Paul is going to look at this zombie in front of him. He is going to use his divine bolt. He first has to step away, provokes an attack of opportunity. Oh, that hits 3 bludgeoning damage. Then he will use his divine bolt, and the zombie is dead. We'll look around and see that there is a ghoul, and he will hit it twice, or at least attempt to.
I now realize I should have moved. I should have gone up from the cart.
It's okay.
Yes, it's too late now.
And then
Well, I
Paul
walk
will
back and pull you out.
No, it's fine. it's
for
fine.
just a little bit. Ruud, it's your turn.
Okay, I'm going to look down. Wait, is this one still alive? I can't actually.
No,
see
it's
it.
dead. It's dead.
Okay,
But
so
it's
about-
burning. Or the one next to it is burning.
Burning.
Okay, so I'm gonna start shooting at this one over here, and I'll use sharpshooter. So
Okay.
you know, that
Mm-hmm. 19 hits, so double damage. It's still alive. 18. That's a 13. That just hits. So you kill it.
And then, do I want to do anything else?
Yeah, you cannot move.
Yeah.
So
Uh,
I don't know if you become giant size if the thing will still carry you. Probably.
it's a magical item, so
Well, it has a certain weight.
yeah,
capacity.
it can hold up to 400 pounds. I'm very small.
What? The broom of
Fly.
flying?
No, the
No?
the ladder that he has, the
Ah.
magical ladder.
That
Hang on, it's moving ladder.
Uh-huh. 400 pounds.
Yes, and how much
I
is
don't
10
think
MIV?
I'll-
I don't know.
I'm asking a woman her weight. Go ahead. 300. She weighs
no.
300 pounds. So, it might work since you're light. But then, yeah, you can only move at half the speed, but that
Yeah.
should still be fine. So
Yeah, I
you
think
can
I'll-
become giant size if you want.
I personally only see one little thing there, and I know there's. Wait, no, I do. See
It's
this
dead.
one as well. Oh, that one dead.
Oh, yeah, because you are in the air, it shows them. Let me just delete them.
Mm-hmm. You better.
Yeah, I personally don't see anyone else. I only know of one other guy that's like over there somewhere. So I'm not going to use my giant smite.
Do you know that there are here ghouls as well? You just cannot see them. Well, you should be able to see them actually.
I can't see them.
Height 10. Maybe you can see them now?
It's probably
No.
it's because
What?
there's.
I think it's just to the statue.
Yeah.
I changed it so it's only 10 feet high. If I click on you now, I can see them. And before
Yeah, I can see it now. Suddenly, when you move me up and down, then suddenly I
Okay.
can see it.
It's probably a
Okay,
wall
well,
there.
In that case, yeah, I'm going to use giant smite.
Okay.
And action surge.
Oh. All right.
And our first concentrate on that one, which is still near dead.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
The sharpshooter.
Yes, that does it.
And then the second attack obviously goes against.
The ghast.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Oof.
It could have been more than just fucking minimum on both rolls, but anyway, and then it's +3 for the giant smite.
Which becomes a +6. Right? So.
Yes, you're right. Fucking that was actually rolled the damage. So yeah.
Okay. That's it?
Yeah, that's it.
Alright. Then Cal Altera's turn. He will move 20 feet this way. See a very large person standing on a ladder. And see that there's a nice group of people clumped together. And he will cast a spell. But it will be on these people. A poisonous yellow-green fog appears in front of Paul, Leonardo, and Shagrex. Please make a Constitution saving throw.
Again.
Shaggy, you're still blessed.
Yes, I did.
Yes. So you take half damage. And so does Shagrex. Paul takes the full 25, but he was full hit points. Do you want to use your reaction again, Shagrex?
No. No, it's
fine. So this is concentration. There we go. And then... I don't think this matters.
The horses die.
Yes, the horses die. They are gone again. But luckily Paul can revive one of them. And this horse is still alive, running away. So there are 3 horses still alive. Or 2. Alright. Explosive Ghoul will move with incredible pace towards you, Tenelavi.
Explosive ghoul will try to hit me, yes?
Yes.
When did I murder that other zombie? Before my next round, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, he's gonna try and explode me.
Yes, but he misses.
Well, good for him. He still gets a chance to be smashed.
Yes, Lord Theodore. He has a shield for some reason. I'm not sure why. Magic shield has an effect on him. Is that still relevant? I don't think so.
No, I don't apply anything to it. Luckily for him, he rolled some crits and got his grip points.
Yes.
And then
The fog is slowly starting to move towards him.
That's not a worry. Can he move the horse on his turn, or will he have to wait on the horse's turn?
Yes, he can move it on his turn because it's a trained animal.
Yep. How far can the horse move?
60 feet.
60 feet, and can he move to this side in the bushes?
Through the bushes, yeah. Sure.
Yeah, on that side. Sorry. Thank you. And
You're welcome.
He will take aim at the bad guy again.
Yep.
And can he do anything to?
He can hex him, but I think he's too
No,
far
Hex
away.
Hex is too far for Hex. It's only 90 feet. Is he within 90 feet? No, that's too far. No, but I was thinking, doesn't he have anything else to? Okay, then he will just shoot him with retirement 2 times.
Okay, go ahead. 27, that hits.
Yeah. Okay. And again.
Oh, that's not a crit, but that definitely hits.
Yeah, and he will.
Morak will shout, "Get the guy with the gun!"
He's a guy with a gun.
Yeah, he will. Yeah, that's about it. That's what he can do. What Lord Theo can do. He shot.
Okay.
That's it.
Yeah. All right.
Oh, actually, oh damn it! I forgot. That. I should have done this beforehand. He could have used his form of dread to.
Next time.
Yeah.
The chirpy skeleton will move a little bit more strategically to get a good attack on Tenalavi. Short bow. That still misses.
He tried.
Tenalavi, it's your turn and you take 6 damage from the assets.
I do, yes. I got this
Yes.
so far.
No, I put it in chat already. 6.
I already. Oh no.
But I'll just do -6 for you. Oh. Plus
Oh, yeah.
3. There we go.
Thank you. Alright then, that's Bonk. Bonk.
That hits 6 bludgeoning damage on the
Come on,
explosive
again?
boom.
Minimum damage. It does an explosive boom.
Yes. An explosive bonk on the head.
Let me just take one quick look that if I do have that.
You
I
forgot
have
your gavel, by the way.
my what?
Gavel of the Faerun. At the start of every combat, attack rolls against you have disadvantage if you didn't take your first turn yet.
But that first
So
turn
remember
was a
that.
long time ago.
I don't remember that. Attacks against me. Alright, fine. I love that. I don't have the push away thingy. Alright, I'm just gonna go again then. My damage rolls are absolute shade today. I go down, you stupid dummy!
Yes, you need Sigrex's rolls.
Why is this thing still alive?
Because you don't bonk hard enough.
Bitch.
Is that your turn, Tenalavi?
That is my turn.
As your turn comes closer, something hovers closer to you. You cannot see it. Nobody can except Lord Theodore.
Bloody hell.
But Tenalavi,
they have a
you see
fucking
a
beholder.
magical ray coming towards you. Actually, 3 of them.
What now?
A magical ray. Wait, what's happening? Oh, 1d6. Let's see. Wait. I need to roll a d4. Never mind. Roll a d6. 2. A fear ray. So roll a wisdom saving throw, please.
Me?
Yes, you.
And wisdom? Okay,
Yes.
so my worst saving throw, so.
Wait, it only rolls once. I thought it would do 3 times, but it only does once. So you're in luck. But you are frightened of this thing that you cannot see, but you saw a floating eye shoot a magical fear ray at you. So you are frightened, and you can repeat the saving throw at the end of your turns. Frightened. There we go.
Well.
However, it's a bit strange because you don't. So you cannot come closer to it, but you cannot see it. So you don't have that much interference from the fear effect. However, you cannot come closer.
You just can't
Nazem.
move, but that doesn't mean your hits have disadvantage because you cannot see it.
Exactly. However, Nazem moves in front of Bonebreaker, and she will be. Oh, he will be too far away anyway.
Theo, Leonardo, I don't
Let's
have a
see.
good feeling
Ray
about
of
this.
sickness on Tenalavi. Then he could also still stood here. That misses. That's all Nazem does.
That is at least something.
Then, the ogre that you were warned of runs forward and stands right next to you, looking very intimidating, with the sword sticking out of its body as it hobbles its way over towards you.
Fortunately, I'm already frightened, so
That's
that's
true.
luck there.
Yes, that's true. And what will Morok do? He will probably cast Cure Wounds on himself. Does he have anything else? Let's see. Oh yeah, he has an aura. I should remember this. There we go. Always the paladin. Whenever you use a bonus to melee damage rolls. Okay. It will just use its action to cast. That's a good question. What will it cast? These are all melee. Oh, this is a spell that's not melee. It's concentration. What is he concentrating on? Shield. He will actually just step here and hide behind from Lord Theodore's shots. And that's it. Gassed. It will rush towards Tenalavi.
Leonardo, I hope you
Everybody's
will
coming for me.
forgive me for this, but you'll have to go into the fight.
And this creature stinks very, very heavily.
Heavenly,
Not
alright.
heavily. And you have to prevent yourself from puking. But
I'm scared.
it will try to claw you, but it misses. Alright, the brave skeleton. It will also move further up and shoot at Tenalavi, who has half cover. But the range is now 70 feet, so there is no disadvantage anymore. But you have +2 to your AC, but it doesn't matter, it still misses. Skeletons are not the best. Sigrex, you start your turn in the poisonous gas.
Yes.
Please make a Constitution saving throw.
Constitution saving throw.
As he will tell it to cast the spell again.
And a 1d4.
You take. That's
19.
a very different roll. So you only take 7 poison damage.
Yes, half damage.
What was it before? Like 28?
Yeah, it was
And
And I
unlucky roll.
yes, and I pat Leonardo on the back and go get him, boy, as I cast polymorph on him, and I will turn him into a huge giant crab.
Giant crab. I already have it. Wait,
Not a
is
giant.
that the giant crab?
It's a huge
No.
giant crab. It's
Ah,
a
yes,
CR8 And I will freaking get out of the cart and move. Get out of the
White
stinky
Plume
cloud.
Mountain.
So, huge giant crab, huge beast.
Yes,
Armor
yes, I
class
see it.
15, hit points 1.
I
six-
imported it already. Don't worry.
Yeah, so
Bye-bye.
it has it doesn't see it has blind sight for 30 feet. So I only
Yes, but it's not blind beyond that radius, so it's fine.
yeah.
All right, let's see if I have a picture
So
of crab.
Leonardo, that's you now. Go get it.
Alright.
You become a crab.
Yeah. You have claw attacks with a +9 to hit, 10 feet reach, 4d10 plus 5 on bludgeoning damage, and you can grapple targets on a hit.
Nice. Yes.
There we go.
Mm-hmm.
Now you are a dashing, huge, giant crab. Very handsome.
Mm-hmm.
All right. That's your turn. Leonardo, you are a crab.
Bonus action. I will use the archery formant. Shoot the I don't know, ogre in the face.
Okay, go ahead. You only have one thing you can do, which is make one claw attack. By the way, Leo.
Okay, one claw attack.
24 to hit the ogre. Thank you.
Yes, it is.
Yes, it's a it's a claw attack.
You
but
should
it
have
does
access to the
40
character
10
sheet,
plus
right?
5.
Yeah, it's a very painful grab. So, what do you do?
I will be a crab.
Yes.
Well,
You have 30 feet of movement. So.
Alright, I'll move there and I want to grab that guy
Okay.
with me claws.
Yes, you have a 10 feet reach. So go ahead and make a claw attack.
Features.
Even inventory is also possible. Oof. 27 damage. It is gone.
I want to be a crab more often.
Oh man, that was nice.
You were concentrating on something else before, Sigrex.
I was.
Right? Or did you add it
No.
yourself?
I added it myself. Yes.
Ah, okay.
Very good. I didn't cast any concentration spells, so.
Oh, did I need to do a save because as a crab I was in the cloud?
Before, yes. You need to do a save. Yes. Constitution save throw at the crab.
Will you allow something? Because I forgot the owl. We'll do another flyby on the big
Ogre.
Yeah.
That is not enough. You take the entire damage, which is, let's see,
Huh?
what?
I don't know what's that.
Cloud kill.
Oh, the crab is still in the cloud.
Well, he started in the cloud.
Oh yeah. This,
20 poison damage.
yeah.
The cloud is still very healthy. That's your turn, right, Mr. Crab?
That is my turn.
For nobody who can read what Leonardo said, he has to go to the toilet. Because he spoke in crab. And only I understand it.
Oh,
I can apparently understand it.
oh, you speak crab. Oh, that's interesting.
Apparently.
Apparently. Paul also fails his saving throw. So let's see how much damage he takes. 21 poison damage. He will step out of the cloud and he will use his destroy undead feature. He presents his holy symbol, an enormous burst of light. comes crashing through all the undead in the area, but there are not that many.
Yes, but
And
only if they are low CR they die.
nope, this is something else.
Huh?
It just deals 86 damage.
Yeah, no. It doesn't destroy
Nope,
them outright.
Doesn't have anything to do with that. No.
Still,
All right.
Didn't the cloud move like 5 feet in this direction?
When it's the person's turn, yeah, but it's not been his turn yet. That is Paul's turn. Ruud, it's your turn. What do you do?
Okay, already. Okay. Sorry, I was busy with work. I'm on call, so I wasn't off. Trying to pay attention in the background. How tall is Mr. Dashing Huge Giant Crab? Can I still see over him to see the zombie?
Yeah, I'd say so. You can still see over him. He's not that tall. He's still a crab. Crabs are
he's wide.
not that tall. Yeah, he's very wide.
I just needed to make sure he is a big crab. So I'm going to start shooting at him then.
Okay, yeah. You have advantage, right? Yeah, from the flyby. First attack has advantage.
On the ogre? Yeah.
You are using sharpshooter, right?
I wasn't, but
Okay.
well, I didn't say it was, and I will for the next attack though. But for now, Giant's Might first.
Okay. Yeah, so 3 damage. That's once per turn? Or
Yeah, for a second.
once on each of one of your attacks, yes.
And then attack again.
With sharpshooter.
Yeah.
That also hits. -10. The ogre is not looking so healthy anymore, but he never looked very healthy, but
Just give me 1 sec. I'm going to try and re-roll that D8 of damage using my PSR re-roll damage thing. So an extra 2 damage. And
Okay.
that'll be my turn.
all right. Wait, what did the DA do? From Leonardo?
From Leonardo.
I know, the dashing huge crab.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, that was I accidentally had him selected. It was my D8.
For what?
I re-rolled the 3 damage from my.
Okay, so it
So
takes 2
it's-
extra damage. Yes.
Yeah.
-2.
Yeah, and that's my turn.
Alright. Then the cloud moves 10 feet forward. Leonardo, you're still in there. Your soul
No.
is still there. It will move and see that its cloud kill will not do much anymore. It will see that Ruud is. It can actually see Lord Theodore, and Theodore is a much bigger problem. So
Can he? Does
Yes.
he have that? Does he have?
Yes.
penetration? Lord Theodore can barely see him.
that's okay. He will summon an enormous hand. Wait. No! There's no hands. Whatever. Spiritual weapon. There we go.
And
Yes, I'm checking. Clenched fist, forceful hand, to push, grasping, grapple, and grappling it. Does that give disadvantage on attacks,
No.
right?
grapple does nothing. Just
Then he will probably just do a clenched fist attack.
So it's going
Even
to
though the
punch.
grasping hand did more damage, which was luck, he takes 14 force damage as the cloud disappears.
Can he hellish rebuke that?
Nope, he's too far
No,
away.
He's too far away. From being damaged by a creature within 60 feet that you can see. Yeah. Damn it. Yeah.
And then Nazim will also hide behind this big grave marking. So Nazim is left out to dry to face the repercussions of Lord Theodore, which is now his turn.
Which is now his turn. Does this guy see Lord Theodore by any chance?
Nope.
So if Lord Theodore shoots that guy, will it be at advantage?
Yes.
It's unseen attacker.
Yep.
Okay. Yep. So he will shoot retirement at advantage at the guy.
Might need it.
Might need it. Yep. 29.
There we go.
Ooh, that's
That
low
hits 7 piercing damage.
Could I have beforehand activated his form of dread before I forget?
Sure.
So form of dread. He has 12 temporary HP, and the guy needs to make a wisdom save or be frightened of Lord Theo because Lord Theo hit him.
You don't need to see him.
Huh?
Said he doesn't need to see
It's
fear.
For you get to.
Doesn't say so.
So
All
make-
right.
Yeah.
It is frightened.
So it is frightened. Roll heal. 10, 12, 10. That was first shot. Second shot. Still with advantage because unseen attacker, right?
Yep.
Still with advantage. Yes, it's 21 for
18.
18.
That also hits.
And yeah, he will.
What else can he do?
No, he could use a grit point to do something, but not this turn. Let's. He will move the horse to this side somewhere. So let's say there.
Oh, okay.
Now he has some cover from the guys that are up.
Yep.
Yep. So bonus action. He did the form of dread and 2 shots. So that's Lord Theodore.
Wait, what is here that is? Shouldn't be anything there. I don't know why there was cover there. It's very strange.
I think because the statue.
Yeah, the
Rules.
statue. But there was also something here. So I
I
removed it.
don't know.
All right. So that's Lord Theodore's turn.
Yeah. That's Lord Theodore's turn.
Then Ruud and Tenalevi, you see the tree move, shake.
Well, I know who's gonna taste my axes next.
The tree is leaking some kind of black fluid as it looks at the crab who is closest.
The crab, not the crab.
It will make 3 slam attacks against the crab.
Ooh.
I will use a reaction to use the cloud rune on the first attack and move it towards the ogre instead.
Okay. So the ogre takes 19 bludgeoning damage. Still alive. Mr. Crab,
Yeah.
damage.
Take that damage.
26.
Ah, that's nothing.
Yeah, Crab can
Get a
easily
crab.
take it. Alright, the skeleton sees a shot at Tenelavi, who does not see it back, so it has advantage.
I'm gonna need to disconnect for a couple of minutes. My power's about to die, so I need to move over to my laptop.
Yep.
Yep.
It's not your turn for any time soon. It misses still. Tenelavi, it's your turn. Remember, you are frightened of something over here with a floating eye.
Alright, I'm going to make my wisdom save first then.
You do that at the end of your turn.
What do I do? What can I do then?
Attack. You don't have
Attack.
disadvantage because you cannot see your
You cannot see
target.
it, so you just cannot move closer. That's
Yeah.
all.
So you can attack this guy and move to this guy to attack the guy.
Oh, alright, so no problems then. Alright then, Ogre gets a face full of X, hopefully.
Hopefully. Yes, he gets a face full. But he will make a constitution saving throw.
And die.
And fail. And die.
Yay!
There
Good
you go.
man! And then I am going to jump on this tree.
Okay.
It was another axe attack with a main hand again.
And what does an axe do? Chop down trees.
Hey.
Ah,
I am using my second wind, just so you're aware why I'm using the giant hand axe again.
Mhm.
I'm jumping this tree 5 feet.
You mean
that's 5 feet. I'm 5 feet.
search, right?
Yeah,
Second.
extra shirts. I am 5 feet away from it, right?
Yes.
Yeah, right. That is a maneuver. I'm jumping it. And do a whopping 2 extra damage.
But a 14 misses, unfortunately.
Or not?
Its
Alright.
armor is too strong.
So that's a 3.
Oh.
Nope. And sadly, you roll a 1, which means you cannot attack anymore.
That was my last attack, so that's okay. That's it.
Oh,
Wisdom
yeah.
saving throw. Let's go.
Then, Tenelavi, your source of fear moves closer.
You are still blessed.
All
Yes.
right.
Plus
Yeah.
1d4.
Uh,
From Rude.
you are no longer frightened, although you now see what frightened you, and you can very much understand how such a creature can frighten you.
I tell you,
Large central eye, a large mouth, and floating eyes. It again turns its attention towards you
Yeah, it's looking a
as
little
it
bit
shoots
green
another
in the
eye. This time, however, it's an enervation ray, and you need to make a Constitution saving throw.
Potentially nice. Damn it, I closed my feet again. Alright. Constitution
You can
saving
just click
throw.
on your
save.
character and click in the chat.
There we
Oh,
go.
you only take half damage, so you take 20 damage.
I take 20? No.
It's
no,
half
no.
of 40.
I am not taking 20.
Oh, 9 damage then. Wait, 4 damage.
I take
Nice.
4 damage.
Alright, Nazim is frightened, so he cannot move closer to
Theodore.
Lord Theodore. But he can move closer to
No, Lord
10-11.
Theodore is here.
Oh, but he doesn't know that.
Did you take the 4 damage down already? I'm confused.
Yeah.
Oops, sorry.
So,
Can they move closer to their source of fear if they don't see it? Because Tenelavi was in the same situation just a moment ago.
No,
So-
I know, but she knows where it is, and he still thinks it's here, so he cannot move closer to this, is what I meant. So he will not move closer to this position, because he thinks that is the source of his fear. Right?
Oh, do you have some fire on you in that pretty head of yours?
Who? What?
What does this do? Target must make a Constitution saving throw. Yes, it will look at Tenelavi, and it will cast something. Necromantic energy washes over you, Tenelavi, draining moisture and vitality from you. Please roll a Constitution saving throw.
Again?
Yes, again, and you already used your reaction
What?
for.
Stone endurance.
Oh wait. Yeah, but that's from the beholder. So Stone's endurance. So now just a normal Constitution saving throw with a D4 from Bless. Oh, you don't need it.
I don't need
You
it.
only take half damage. So 16.
Is those endurance? Okay. 16.
As Nazem hides behind the beholder zombie. Morok, Bonebreaker's turn. He sees things are not going too well. And he is just going to heal himself with a 3rd level Cure Wounds.
Mhm.
Oh man, that's
He's
rough
touching
roll.
himself now. It's
And then he will move a little bit closer to survey the area.
so
Hold on, my girlfriend is calling me.
yeah.
Yes. She reminded me that it's already 9 o'clock and we should have a break soon.
Yep. After we kill all of them, of course.
After your turn, Shagrex, as another arrow flies towards Tenelavi, but misses its mark.
Oh, it's my turn. Okay. Okay.
The
Let's see.
skeleton is remarkably good at shooting.
I will move to not be so crowded in that space. Too many of us are on that, all on that side. I can. Let's see. Can you look from Shagrex's point of view? Can I see the guy, or it's just?
Yes, you can see him. Yes.
Yeah, because I don't know, because I have a vision from Lord Theodore, and he sees a bit further.
He is 100 feet away.
But I only have 60 feet of dark vision.
Yes, that's true.
Oh, I
But
think-
Tenelavi is holding a
Yeah,
torch.
it's yeah. Now I get it. Okay. How far? Okay.
But he would probably stay out of that light. He's not an idiot.
Hey,
He is a much smarter
Hey.
man than I.
that's not
So
fair.
you cannot see it. Well, I
That's
cannot
not
see
fair.
light
We make
as well as you can.
mistakes and we don't go back. But I didn't do that.
Are you
So-
sure? I thought you said that you activated Form of Dread after you shot someone.
But it was on this. It was on my same turn. It's not like it.
Right, but
it moved on.
I cannot
so-
see what everyone sees. Sadly, as a DM, I cannot see this person is hidden or not from someone's view. Because there's fucking torchlight.
Fine.
Well, you didn't know if you could see him anyway, so problem solved. You couldn't see him.
Yeah. Either way, I didn't know he was. Actually, I saw him from where I was on this side.
Okay, yeah, so you didn't move. Wait. No, of course not.
When he was.
Because you only saw him through Teneriffe's torchlight.
Yeah, but that's what I mean. If,
But you know where he is,
yeah.
sort of.
I'm trying to get a vantage point out. I will just move. Is the card still there? Like,
Yes, the card's still there.
So can I hide?
Poison damage does not damage the
yeah.
card. Yes.
No, but can I hide?
Yeah, you can hide behind.
I'll move here, and then I'll
Cover behind it.
Yeah, and I'll take cover after that. I will shoot the big eye guy.
Zombie. You have advantage. He does
zombie
not
people.
see.
Yeah. Oh, that's nice. So if I have advantage because he cannot see me, I will use the starry form to shoot him as a bonus action with advantage.
Yes.
Come on, crit.
Nope.
No. Still 19.
Yeah, that hits.
And yeah, why not? Action shoot him again.
All right.
Still with advantage. Crit, baby. No.
But he is highlighted.
Yep. And then 5 feet to be behind the cart.
Yes.
So can you just build me a wall right here so they cannot see me?
What?
Because I'm hiding behind the cart so they cannot see me.
Oh, yeah. I'll do that for you, my friend.
Ah, thank you so much.
See, there we go. Now you cannot see anything either.
Oh no, that's not fair.
All right, so let's take a break.
Okay.
14 minutes, so 2021 or 2120.
Yeah, sure.
Then we can refill our drinks. What am I hearing? I heard something.
No, it's a shore.
Oh, I thought I heard someone joined Discord, but man.
Sadly,
made it.
no. Yeah. It is sad. But yeah, sure. Let's take a break and we'll see you then after the break.
Yes, see you all after the break.
See you soon. Bye.
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 So, we were in the middle of combat, so that's where we'll continue. There were many undead creatures, but many of them have already been destroyed. Actually, all of the weakest except the skeletons are dead. Only a beholder zombie and the skeletons remain for undead. Alright, Leonardo, it's your turn. You are a giant, huge crab. What do you do?
Well, there's a big tree next to me. It looks like it needs to get trimmed. I'm gonna do that.
Pow.
That hits.
Good.
However, you notice that your grab is not as effective as you'd hoped it would be.
No.
But you still grapple it, I think. Well, do you? Yes, it is grappled.
Yeah.
Does not matter how big it is, it will be grabbed by the crab.
Right, that's my turn.
Alright.
At least you're still alive.
This is true.
Mhm.
Will stand in front of his horses and he will cast. He will move a little bit closer to Theodore and he will cast Mass Cure Wounds.
Massacre wounds?
Massacre Wounds. Everyone gets 17 health back.
Yay!
Except Leonardo's character, only the crab.
Yeah. It sucks, but hey, you're still alive.
Yes, indeed. And that's his turn. Ruud, it's your turn.
My character sheet isn't loaded properly. Why do you do that to me? Okay, sorry. Okay, I'm going to use my bow against the treant, but I'm going to use the alchemist fire arrow again.
To burn the tree.
Oh,
Burn a tree down. Yes.
burn the tree. Is that a 1? I don't see it in chat, but I saw a 1 on the screen as a die.
Trying to attack. I don't know why it's. I'll try again. Apparently not happy right now.
Do you want me to do it?
It rolls the yeah, it rolls the dice, but it doesn't register anything in chat.
Yes, please roll a bow blade attack.
Do you want me to do it for you?
Yes, please.
Yes, please. It's not
Oh,
doing
blade
anything.
plus 1. Natural
Yeah.
20, baby!
Nice.
However, you also notice that this does not do as much damage as you'd hoped.
Yeah, but I'm hoping the fire does.
Where is it?
It's in my inventory. Alchemist fire arrow. Let me try that. It's doing nothing. Right there.
Oh, I just have to make a d4. Roll a d4.
Cool.
And you see that this is very effective. As
Nice.
it is on fire.
And also the giant's might.
Ah, yes, of course. Go ahead. Oh, wait, I do that.
Sorry, dude.
Which is a 1d8?
I think it's a 1d8 at this level. Is it a 1d6 or 1d8?
But that also only does half damage.
And
Right.
then it'll just one more normal attack.
Yes. Oh, wrong one.
It'll be half damage, but still.
21 also hits for 4 piercing damage. Alright. Cal Altera. He will see Lord Theodore.
No.
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 He's in the bushes.
Yes.
Yes.
He's on a horse in the bushes. I assume they can see him.
He will see Ruud. And he will
Can he move?
move
Can he?
his hand as a bonus action for 60 feet.
Really? It's that far? Shit.
Yeah, it's that far. And then he will use the forceful hand to attempt to push it in a direction. Make a check with the hand's strength, contested by the strength athletics of the target. So, Ruud, go ahead and make an athletics check.
Okay.
That is not very high.
and nothing's happening.
Giant smite.
Should have advantage though, because of our giant at the moment as well.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Does it say so?
Yeah,
You have at least
Advantage
one
on
d4 extra.
advantage on strength checks and save and throw. So doesn't this athletics check count?
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, but I can't roll it. There's nothing happening with that guy.
You succeed. Ooh.
Oh.
Wait, you're very weak, but you succeed. So I think that is the bonus action. It does absolutely nothing. But it still has an action. Let's see, what does it do? I think it will just do the same thing as Nazim did on Tenelavi. But it has to move closer. It can do that. There we go. Tenelavi, you are... Wait. Is it really only a 30-foot range?
What?
Yes, it is. So it cannot do that.
Okay.
Ray of
is what?
Enfeeblement.
Oh, okay.
It will target you with that, Tenelavi. It misses, fortunately for you. Theodore, it's your turn.
Oh, okay. Theodore will move the horse to this side. And Theodore will, well, he has to use 2 hands to handle retirement, so he'll just hold retirement in one hand and pull out the wand of the dragon. And he will cast exactly a 100-foot line.
The beholder zombie is 10 feet in the air, by the way.
The Theodore is on a horse, so I don't know how tall that makes.
Oh, yeah, that would just do it. 5 feet, yeah.
Yeah. So can Theodore do a lightning bolt to hit all 3 of them?
Yes, it can.
Yeah. Then.
So use the inventory and then click on the wand of the dragon. I think is just how it works.
Is it not the action to roll it or see? And this is the.
However, let's see something really quick.
That's not a 100-foot line.
Whenever one friendly creature must make a saving throw, the creature gains a bonus equal to your charisma modifier, which is a +4. And
who is that? Exactly.
That's the aura of protection.
No, but who will get?
Oh, the beholder zombie only. Because I am a fool, and I don't know how to play paladins. Because I thought it would only affect undead.
I would argue that the beholder is not in the aura, even if because the squares.
Yes, it's 10 feet in the air. Yeah,
the squares,
right.
Yeah, and the squares.
Also, it doesn't really matter
like
because it would have given only +4, so then it would still fail.
So they all fail, and they all take 26 lightning damage.
No, we'll have to see. I think so. Yeah.
I don't know if that counts for his form of dread.
Let's see. If you hit a creature.
Yeah, but
Yeah. I don't think so.
No, because a hit, its hit is a
Saving
and it's
throw,
one
yeah.
it's one creature. So yeah, it's a yeah. This is a saving throw, and the to hit is a d20 roll. Okay, and then Lord
Yes.
Theodore will take the rest of the movement on the horse and scurry to this side. Yeah.
All right. That's your turn?
That's Lord Theodore's turn, yes. It did
Okay.
pretty good.
Then it's the Weeping Treant's turn again. I forgot something, but I'll say it now. Leonardo, when you attacked the Treant, you noticed that its tears were acidic and dangerous. It will slam the giant crab twice and once at 10 LV.
I'm trying to roll a d4 Lorenzo for the Alchemist Fire.
Oh,
Start of its turn.
4.
Cool.
does grapple do anything else except speed is 0?
Speed is 0, that's it.
Okay. So this one goes to the crab. Anyone doing anything against it?
I don't really have anything to do against it.
I don't. Let's see. How far is this? I barely use it, but I am within range. I will silvery bobs that as a reaction.
Okay.
I barely use it, but
Oh, there we go. But still, it's
Still, it's useless.
another hit towards the crab, but that misses. And then 10 à la vie. You take
that
16 bludgeoning damage. As the Weeping Treant slams his arms.
I tried to cast Runic Shield, sorry. Basically, I forced it to re-roll, and it must use the new roll. Use my reaction.
Alright.
I think
There we go.
popped up.
That still hits.
Still, it's sad times.
Oh.
Chirpy Skeleton. It will move over here. See that it has a perfect line of sight on 10 à la vie.
Oh, chirpy!
It's not smart enough to stay out of range. So it will just shoot with a short bow. That misses. 10 à la vie, it's your turn. You can move closer towards the beholder zombie. You are no
I
longer
can.
frightened of it.
Wait, what, didn't he have some kind of effect on him?
You have advantage on your first hit, but he is 10 feet in the air. Mina, come
10
this
feet. A little. I think with my arms raised, I reached those 10 feet.
Yes, you are a very large girl, very tall.
You are 8 feet. If it's 10 feet in the
Yeah,
air, you just
sure.
swing
I
above your head.
am-
Shouldn't be a problem.
I am risking the attack. Yeah, I'm risking it. I'm moving.
Okay, the attack slam. That misses.
What?
Unlucky for this guy.
Yep.
Oh my
Correct.
god, there is a lot of people there.
No, Jenna,
yes.
don't.
Well, that's bonk.
It's fine.
Oh,
Woo!
it's a nice bonk.
Uh-huh.
There we go. It is no longer highlighted.
Well, I bonk again.
Yes, of course. That also hits 13 bludgeoning damage. It's still alive.
Well, one more hit and it's down. That was my round.
The beholder zombie will use its eye ray again on you.
It had a thing against me, did it?
Paralyzing ray. Please make a Constitution saving throw. You succeed. I don't think anything happens. Nope.
Nope.
And then it
Okay.
will fly 15 feet in the air. So,
That
Okay.
will still count as an opportunity attack.
Yes, of course.
Sentinel.
That hits.
Water trap.
Sentinel?
You have Sentinel,
No.
I do have Sentinel, yes.
No.
so it cannot move anymore.
Yeah.
Yep.
So it's still
So
10
it
feet.
stays 10 feet in the air, or what?
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. So you have used your reaction.
I have.
All right, then it's Nezem's turn. Mila, ga eens weg. Kom, hup. And he is very close to Tenelavi.
Uh-huh.
And since she already used her reaction, he will stand under the beholder, move 10 feet, and then use his vampiric touch. Tenelavi, which hits. There we go.
Alright.
And then he regains 6 hit points, and then he moves another 10 feet. There we go. Alright, that's his turn. Morok. He finally sees someone he can now challenge. There we go. He moves closer towards you, Tenelavi.
Mm-hmm.
And he will simply attack you, but first cast. Wait, let's see something first. Divine Smite. Okay, so he will cast Wrathful Smite, first level, and then he will try to hit you with his longsword. And that misses. What's happening? And then he makes another attack. Oh my god, he is one unlucky fellow.
Yeah.
Well, that was his action and bonus action. That's all he does. Swing and miss.
Well, if he ever hits with this thing on, he does 1 extra damage apparently. Is that what it is?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Alright. You did well, friend. Next round is my turn.
The brave skeleton
Skeleton.
can it do something better with his... It will rush towards Tenelavi and try to grapple her. That doesn't work.
Ooh,
Oh wait,
poor.
you need to make an acrobatics or athletics check. Never mind, Tenelavi.
Alright. I'll try to do that.
It's a pose.
Athletics plus 9. Yeah, this is athletics check.
Okay,
Beaten.
Rex, it's your turn.
I just grabbed it off me and
yes,
throw it to the side.
Shagrax, seeing that Tenelavi jumped into the fray and got a few smacks, they will head so 5, 10, 15, 20, so 30 feet this way, and will cast a spell. I don't think then a 10-foot sphere could get those back once too, but I
What?
will do it on the beholder right there.
Okay.
And I will cast Wither and Bloom at a 4th level. Right there. So I'll get Beholder, Tenelavi, the Morok, Crispy Skeleton, and Brave Skeleton. And,
All right.
yes.
Mm-hmm.
And,
Okay. skeleton succeeds.
Ooh, only the beholder fails.
Yes, I think so. It gets a
Damn it.
+4, so that's a 16. But is there
Still
something
fails.
else? Yeah, I'm looking. Yes, I think that's it.
Yes. And Tenalavi.
So it takes 16 necrotic damage.
Mhm.
It's at the brink of death, and the rest takes half as much
Half as
damage.
much. And Tenalavi, you can spend one of your hit dice.
Morak seems to be
Ooh.
even less affected by it.
So yes, roll one of your hit dice.
Alright.
And you will. So I don't know what you have. Or D10, 12. I don't know what. And you will gain that plus my spell casting ability modifier, which is a +8 in healing.
So 11. Oh,
So
wait, no.
no, it's a hit dice, so it's only the 3 plus my, so 11. Yes.
11. Alright, that's good already.
It's better than nothing. And with my bonus action, I will. Guess what?
Shoot the beholder zombie. Oh, shoot Morok.
Yes, I will shoot Morok in the face. Why not? Why not? Shoot Morok in the face.
Ooh.
Yep.
Yeah. 21
But-
damage.
But that's my turn, and I am freaking out in the open now.
What are you?
Out in the open because I used all of my movement
Oh,
to get here and
yes.
do anything, and now I cannot go anywhere else. So, Tenalavi,
Leonardo.
the rest, I hope you can take care of them really soon.
It's
I'll
your
do my
turn,
best.
Mr. Crab Man.
Trimming that tree.
Yeah. You only do half damage, unfortunately, but
Oh.
you are definitely injuring this sad, lonely tree. Paul.
That's my turn.
Concentrate on the other undead. I'm sure Crab Nardo can handle the tree.
Alright, he will listen to what you're saying. But he says that he does not have anything special. What's the range on this? 60 minutes, 60 feet.
Just throw a bottle of paint, I'm sure. Blind them and
He will hit Divine Bolt, Skeleton, and the last one is Morok. So this skeleton takes 10 radiant damage, is dead, and the last one misses Morok. That's Paul's turn. Ruud, it's your turn. You
Okay,
are
I'm
still
going.
standing there as there's an enormous hand right next to you.
I'll ignore the hand for now, and I'm going to use my bow blade against the beholder, try and get that out of the way before Trip manages to paralyze us or something. If nothing, we'll fucking roll.
Oh, it still doesn't work.
what's a plus to hit? Rudes. Plus to hit.
I'm using a sharpshooter feat, by the way, as well.
Ah.
No, not for that. Sorry, not for that guy. For that guy, it's not worth the health for them.
I know you rolled an 8. I don't know what plus you have to hit.
Jesus Christ.
Do you roll to DM or something that we don't see the rolls or?
Plus
No,
12.
because then I would see it as well.
Huh?
Then
Plus
I would
12.
see it.
Yeah.
And I don't
so,
see it either.
Something's broken.
Let me try again.
You rolled an 8. It still doesn't show it.
Well, plus 12 would have probably hit.
8,
It's an 8.
8 plus 12 is a 20, unnatural.
Oh
20
yeah,
for
on the
first
beholder,
hit.
yeah, that is.
Yeah.
Well, it's 1d8 plus 6 damage.
All right. I'll roll it then. 1d8 plus 6. 2. So 6. Let's see. Constitution saving throw. It stays alive with 1 hit point.
Shoot
Of
again!
course.
You shoot again?
Yeah.
Do you want me to do it? Maybe it's easier. Oh,
Clicked.
18. So that's
so 3 plus something.
and 3 plus 6 is 8.
9.
Then wait, 9.
9.
Yes. 9 damage. Another Constitution saving throw. Come on.
Dead.
Wait, really? Only has plus 3?
It's dead.
Wait, no. Yes.
Yes.
No, it's not. It has a plus 4 from our good friend Morok's Bonebreaker. It stays alive.
Oh, the ass.
Yes.
That asshole.
Yep. All right. That's your turn, right, Root?
Yeah.
Someone murder this fucking beholder.
Then it's Kaal Altera's turn, and he will move also in this nice aura of protection. Big B's hand will just try to shove you off again, Ruud. So let's see.
Damn it. It's still my fault.
Spells.
I still forget.
Wait.
My flying birdie. I
Enchant.
still
Let me
forget
check
my
if it
flying
actually
birdie.
does that, because pushing you off absolutely does nothing except give you a little fall damage.
Yep. The best thing that it can do, it's actually a clenched fist that will deal for the 8 force damage. Because the other ones are just
Yes.
grappling and moving.
Pushing.
Yeah, pushing or
Well-
blocking stuff.
Well, if he does do an attack, it doesn't hit.
Yeah.
That falls with
It
14.
will actually go to Lord Theodore and use its interposing hand.
And what
So
does
it will position it so it moves. Oh, it only gives half cover. What? That's useless. Yes, it will just move to Shigrex and then punch him.
I do not find this Big B's hand
Shigrex
pleasant.
is the
Just saying.
enemy. So, but a 14 misses you. So
Yeah, yes, 14 miss Shigrax, but it still has a 20 armor class.
that is his bonus action.
Mm-hmm.
And as his action, what's the range on this? 60 feet. Yes, actually. Wait, it can only take one person. Tenalavi is not so close to dying.
Yeah,
Oh,
Shigrax
it's so
is
difficult.
not so close to dying.
No.
Leonardo is a huge crab. Rude is healthy, and Theodore is.
He will actually take Morok Bonebreaker and cast Dimension Door.
Counterspell.
Does anyone have it?
Paul. Counterspell. No, I don't have counterspell on. No, I don't.
So they both disappear.
Oh, wonderful.
They enter a door.
Mm.
Howard! Some paladin you are.
Mm-hmm.
There we go. They are gone.
Mm-hmm.
Why? I hate magic sometimes.
They like to stay
Oh,
alive.
oh! Bring them back a bit. I'm curious of
Bring
something.
them back a bit.
Yeah, put them back on the table. Tenalavi, what's your range?
5 feet?
Ah, you're
I-
5 feet. Ah, damn
Yeah,
it.
she already used her
Yeah,
reaction.
then yeah. Ah, I was hoping as she moved in the space that. Never mind. I play with too many polar masters.
Yes.
Yeah.
Too bad. They escaped.
They-
However, you
Frick
seem
off.
to be winning the battle.
Uh-huh. So.
You are winning.
I don't
Wait.
suppose the destination was 200 feet straight downward.
You don't know.
Or 300 feet straight up.
Didn't
That's bef-
didn't the 3 get to do a stun? Just skipped it?
Sorry, what?
Oh no, I thought it was the trees and the big.
No, it's Theodore, and then it's the tree.
Whoa, Theodore is quite disappointed because the freaking who was it that he won the paladin he wanted to shoot is fucked off. What? But it's still dark outside, right? So Theodore cannot see them because he has a
Correct.
But he can see the big giant tree that's on fire.
Yes, he can. He's not worried about that. He will move to this side on the horse. Go, Prancer.
Where is the horse?
This one.
Ah.
Go, Prancer. And he will. I don't know if he can shoot this one non-lethally.
Who?
The
Oh.
the one
Yeah,
behind
sure.
the beholder.
Nescam. Yeah.
Yeah, just wing them to take them unconscious and not kill them outright.
Yeah.
They are still frightened of Lord Theodore, so I don't know.
Yes, maybe they needed to make a few wisdom saving throws.
Yes, maybe.
It's round 5 already. You probably did it 2 rounds ago.
Yeah, something like that.
Never mind. Still
Yes,
frightened.
Lord Theodore will shoot them to try to incapacitate them in some way. Shagrax will use his reaction to add a d6 to that.
To hit?
Yes.
Or what?
To hit, so
It hits.
21 to hit, 7 damage.
7 damage.
Then Lord Theo will shoot again, 25, so not to kill them, but if they go down,
Yeah.
it's unconscious. Another 10.
He goes exactly unconscious as you do just enough damage.
Let's take that one and ask them some questions. That's what Lord Theodore will say, and he will still use the movement of the horse to gallop another, 6, to here,
Okay.
And that's it.
Alright. The tree ant is still alive and it will bonk
1d4
the giant
damage.
crab. Yes, go ahead. It will not
Fine.
die from it.
Still, Alchemist Fire only does that low.
Yeah, but it's constant for the rest of its life unless it works out. We'll use an actual bird.
Man,
Huh.
the tree ant is not very happy. However,
Sad.
since I keep forgetting it,
Mm-hmm.
next time Leonardo attacks, you take 12 damage, maybe. Tenalavi, it's your turn.
Was my nap? Well,
Yes.
Snack.
It's still
First
only
time-
10 feet
Double.
away,
well,
and this person is unconscious.
well, first things first. Bonk that bitch.
And that misses.
Yeah, why not that miss? Well, I bonk it again then,
That's a
I
good
guess.
question.
Now
I
you're
bonk it
hitting
hard.
something.
You've got Bless, so
Oh, right,
Yeah,
I got
12
plus.
plus D4.
Yeah, plus
I forgot.
Yeah,
Uh,
see that
misses.
that's a thing on Roll20. When you have Bless, you just mark a square, and it will roll
Hey.
every time a D4 when you do.
It can
do
probably
things.
also be done in Foundry.
Yeah,
I
I
guess
think so.
searching doesn't hit either.
No. But your crit hit it, and it is dead. Wait, actually, crit is also instant kill.
Insta kill. See, that wasn't so bad.
There's only one enemy still fighting.
Leonardo, I'm sure you can take care of Grabnardo. Sure you can take care of it.
Correct, it's your turn.
I will use my bonus action to do my archer study form to hit it once.
Yep, that hits 10
hits.
radiant damage.
And I will use my action to lighten guiding bolt it in the face.
All right.
And next attack has advantage. So
Crabnardo, it's your turn.
Crabnardo.
You have advantage. Kill it. Crit.
Snap, snap.
no, where's the crit?
Not even enough to hit. Crabnardo.
I will use my reaction to add a D6 to that attack.
And 18 damage would have killed it.
Ha! 19 to hit.
Nice. By Crabnardo.
By Crabnardo, hurrah! And because polymorph lasts an hour, Leonardo will be a crab for the next 50 something minutes.
All right.
And,
So, combat is over.
Yes, Paul, it seems like we are short a few horses.
Yes,
Just
Paul will
few.
of course cast Revivify on one of his horses.
Oh, course. That's an
Very
expensive man.
Horses are also expensive.
I'm using the silk rope from the, or grab the silk rope from the magic bag and start tying this thing up.
Yeah, sure.
Yes, and Theo will be quite curious about this thing with many eye stalks.
Yes. Leonardo, you've seen it before, actually.
Leonardo is a
Crab.
crab.
Very, very early on
Leonardo is a.
Crab
in
noises.
if you go way back, there was this hobgoblin undead and a hobgoblin necromancer that also had a minotaur skeleton and a beholder zombie, where you found the map with all the red crosses or red X's that you still have on the map. You remember?
I do remember. That's
There
where
was
I got
also
one of
a-
my curses.
Yes.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah.
Your first one.
One of your many curses, yes.
Yeah.
But now you're
One of his many character developments.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
And Shagrax will try to examine and what Lord Theo will help Lord Theodore examine this guy and see if we can take something useful off of them as Rude ties up the unconscious thing there.
Alright, roll an investigation check.
I will let Lord Theodore do that with advantage for me helping it. Do I need to be proficient in investigation to help Lord Theo? I don't know.
No.
Can't remember. Let's see if we can roll higher. No.
Nope.
23 to
Alright, Theodore starts to investigate the corpse for any possible loot.
no, not loot, but anything like maybe its eye stalks would be of some use, and maybe some teeth to pull out to create magical things.
The eye stalks could definitely be something that could be magical, that can maybe cast the effects of the eye rays. But you need to be quick and you need to be careful. So
Okay, I hold.
retain the magic.
I try to discern what's the best way of doing of harvesting some of those eyes.
Okay. Roll intelligence nature check.
Okay, I will roll it.
You think there is the best probable way to be cut it directly from the head. So
Can I guidance
get
myself?
as much talk as possible. No, you need to roll a survival check for that.
Okay. Can I guidance
If I'm
myself?
finished tying up the other guy, can I assist with a survival check or proficient?
Yes, sure. Well, he's already guidancing himself, so that's already advantage.
No,
Go
it's
ahead.
not
It's a
advantage,
guidance to the D4.
D4, so 23.
Yes, sorry. Yes, you can help him for advantage.
Okay, go for it, Shaggy.
Oh,
Or Theodore.
Nope.
Okay. So you managed
23.
to retrieve 2 eye stalks. Roll 2d4.
2d4. Okay.
Wait, didn't you say you were doing this with Theodore?
Yeah, that's Theodore.
You rolled the survival from Shaggy though.
No, it's but we're both working on it. It's fine.
Okay.
I could have rolled the what was it? Nature check from Theodore because he has a +4, but let's not take advantage of our pluses and stuff.
Yeah.
So that's a 1 and a 3 from 2d4.
A 3 and a 4. Oh wait.
No, no,
What did
1
you
and a 3. The other one was the guidance.
Yeah, so 1 and a 3. You restore the paralyzing ray.
Okay.
So you have a 1-use action.
of a paralyzing ray. Oh,
Yes.
Someone write that down. That's important.
Does this work? Yes. And this one. 1 use only.
Nice.
60 feet range.
Nice. No, that's actually quite good. We got something really good one.
Yes, you rolled really well.
While they take apart this disgusting thing, Tenalavi is just gonna walk the perimeter and take a look around in the areas that she wasn't able to see before.
Okay, yeah, sure.
Like this building over there.
Yes. We talked about this before about the bodies that we have with us. Do we want to revive them in some way, or we just let them to rest? But
Considering what we found when we arrived at this graveyard, I suggest perhaps burning the bodies in a pyre. Respectfully, of course.
Yes,
Burn them.
perhaps cremation would be a better choice. It seems
Yeah,
like,
wait.
and I look at the ghouls that they might need the same treatment.
Yes, I think that would be best. So
So
you
wait
pile
to-
up all the corpses.
What is it in Alavi? What did you find?
I want
That's
to
the
get
way
into the
inside
house.
the house. You are in the house.
Oh, I didn't have to tear down anything. Oh, perfect.
No,
Oh, I'm
they
looking
already
around in
opened
the
the
house.
door.
You just took away all of Thenalavi's fun.
Yes.
Yeah, tear down the door, smash the wall.
Tragic.
But
I would-
yes.
Yeah, I'm gonna take a look around this house. Maybe something fun appears.
Mhm.
Did I find anything on this guy while I was tying him up or cutting him down and everything? Anything, by the way? Or should I roll investigation?
Roll investigation.
Let's see if I can.
Mhm. Ooh.
Investigation.
Lord Theodore will help
And-
you with the investigation because he doesn't have anything else to do. So.
Your roll didn't show
read.
up, of course.
Yes. Should I roll
Alright.
on?
I'll roll for it. I think it's
Okay.
the same as you rolled actually, also a 9.
I know.
Okay, so
10, 11,
Damage.
you find a chest that has body parts in it. However, this chest seems very special. It's very delicately made, and it feels cold inside the chest.
Feels cold. Feels cold. Oh, Tenalavi has ideas. She just she carelessly grabs his chest. Looks
Yeah.
left,
How does
looks
it
right,
mean-
looks up and down, and then
How
just
does-
turns it over and throws all the body parts out and sticks a hand in. And sticks a hand in.
Okay, it's cold.
yeah, I think Shaggy gave me advantage, by the way.
Lord Theodore, yes, will help
Theodore.
you. Yeah, will help you search that because they wanted to knock that one unconscious since their partners escaped.
Didn't matter.
No, but Lord Theo has such a good investigation. It's up to you, but Shagrax will inspect the big tree that it's quite dwindling and pale. And
Yes.
yes, it will try to commune with the tree.
Okay, yes. Ruud, you find 6 gold pieces on this person, which is not much. And you find an amulet of some sort. You're not quite sure what it is. He also carries a small, more ceremonial-like dagger.
Crabnado, where are you going?
And a book that looks... Yeah, you don't understand it. It looks like it's a book full of magical stuff, but you're not quite sure what.
Ooh, this was a magician, wizard.
Could be. Or it's the book of vile deeds. Who knows?
I could look at that later, but for now I'm trying to, well, I will, what can I do? Speak with plants, something?
Okay, sorry, it was the book. It was just a book and a dagger and 6 gold, right?
Yes. As the crab is running around,
Yeah.
trying to get a sense of everything.
Yeah, it's because Shagrax is quite forgetful and he forgot to release concentration on the spell. So for the next hour, as long as the polymorph would last.
I call bullshit on Shaggy concentrating for that long.
For an hour. Yeah, he.
You have to concentrate on it. Yeah, you have to focus.
Yeah, but that's what I mean. It's like you're focusing when not focusing on it. But Shagrax will start looking at the tree, and now it's going to break concentration if he will. What can I do? It's not. I don't. I have speak with plants or something like that as a druid. Where's my spell list?
I think so, yeah. But it's dead.
The tree is dead.
Yes, of course.
This one is no. That's what I was trying to get a feel if it was
That
still
was
alive or.
That was the thing you just killed. That was that enormous tree.
Oh, okay. Then I will have Crabnardo chop it up into pieces so we can make a pyre out of it and burn the bodies of the zombies and the skeletons.
Crabman does not want to do that because the acid is still there.
Oh, the tidal wave.
There's acid coming out of the tree everywhere.
Oh, the dead
And
tree
it
is
stung Crabnardo.
still secreting acid. Okay, but
Yes.
does Crabnardo still have acid on them to that?
No, he dodged out
okay.
of the way right on time.
Okay, so the tree is scheiße.
It is covered in acids.
Okay.
Alright.
Then
I'll stop
maybe
trying to hopefully cast identify and dagger.
maybe if yes, just throw the other ones on it and just we'll try to light it off. I don't have any other, and I will release concentration on the volume. Yeah,
Change it back!
Leonardo, you are yourself again.
Oh, good.
No longer a powerful crab.
I felt so strong. So many hit points gone.
Yes.
You did quite a good job as a giant crustacean.
Paul asks if we want to take a small rest here. Short rest, if you will.
Yes, we still have to deal with the bodies and, well, burn
Oh,
all
we
the
can't do that while we're
corpses and...
Well, Tenalavi is gonna come smashing out the window because she's too lazy to go through the door again. Sharkrax! Sharkrax, I found a solution for our meats!
What?
I found a box that is cool!
Why does it smell like dead human?
You might want to clean it first.
Yes, it would be quite unpleasant with that smell. But maybe Lord Theodore can do something to cleanse it. He's quite a tinkerer, I don't know.
Oh yeah, he does. Prestidigitation.
Prestidigitation.
Yes.
Prestidigitation, and it will smell like roses. I don't know.
Yes, it smells very delightful. It looks clean.
Stick those
Chest.
leftover viper meats in there and rock meats if it hasn't gone bad yet.
Are you sure it will be enough? I don't think it will all fit inside, but Lord Theodore, I forgot. You look quite you're quite injured. Let me help you with that. And I will cast some healing words. Healing word on Theodore once and twice.
Theodore looks fine.
Not Theodore, sorry, Leonardo.
Oh,
So,
good.
yeah, 18.
Paul will also do it for you, Leonardo. 17.
Yeah.
See, you're looking better, young. And I
I
slap
feel
him.
much better.
I slap him. Well, you did quite good. I should turn you into a crab more often. It suited you quite well.
Is there any reaction from identify spells I cast?
On the book.
On the book and the dagger, I'm very hopeful, but
The dagger, no. The book, sort of, yes. You identify it as a spell book.
Spell book.
well, it's not much use for me unless we sell it. Wait, do we have any part wizards in the party?
No, no wizard.
Can I?
There never have been wizards even.
Can
I
I
think.
look through it through the book?
Yeah, you can look through it.
Yeah, and I think actually Lord Theo, because he is an artificer, he would know.
You would know.
Wizard spells, I think, because their spells are quite common. I don't know, something like that. Or he would have a mind more towards. Let's see, what's his attributes? He can do an Arcana check to see if he knows anything.
As a result, you have gained the ability to cast spells to observers. You don't appear to be casting spells in a conventional way. You look as if you're producing wonders using mundane items or outlandish inventions. Yes, you can try to make sense of it, but with disadvantage. Alright, 19.
Yeah.
He understands that this is indeed a spell book, but he doesn't understand any of it.
Really? Oh, damn.
Yes, he is not someone who
Oh, frick.
uses a spell book or learns spells in such a way.
Yeah. Then, yeah, I know. We'll just
But
hold on
he
to it,
senses that some of the spells are evil. Necrotic, necromancy, raising dead as zombies and skeletons.
But that's necromancy. Everything revivify is necromancy, isn't it?
Yes, that's true. It is true.
Yeah, everything that has to do with
The dead.
yeah. Oh well, we'll have to look into it. Maybe what was it? The Toskobol. Maybe he would know more. And
Maybe.
yes, but for now, should we just rest a bit and then talk with our
Prisoner.
unknown acquaintance here?
Sure, let's rest, eat the leftover river meat that doesn't fit in this nice little box I found.
Yes,
And talk to our
would you
friend.
care to start a fire and let's just cook it?
We have a fire, we just made a huge bonfire made of zombies.
Yes, but that's the acid tree, and it wouldn't taste nice. You know, the acid vapors getting into the meat.
You plan on eating the zombies?
Huh?
Okay, Tenalavi shrugs her shoulder and starts a fire on the tree.
I'm staring at Shaggers because we're talking about burning the bodies, and now you're talking about not tasting. What?
No, I was talking about the acid tree that was there and burning that up too and throwing the bodies on it to burn together. And I don't want to get my lovely bird meat infused with acid fumes.
Yeah, I'm just Tadalavi shrugs her shoulders, just walks up to the tree and starts chopping up huge chunks of wood and just sticks a torch in it.
It's not the acid tree. It's not good.
A dexterity saving throw as you chop up the wood.
Wait, what is this? Is that the tree or is it?
Yeah.
Yes,
Oh,
but
okay,
it's the
never
tree
mind.
that came alive. That's full
Yeah.
of acid.
Yeah.
I'm not looking for the tree. I'm looking for any tree, actually. So,
Oh, okay. Yes, there are plenty of normal
it's a
trees.
giant tree in this thing, so I thought it was a tree.
Look at that. Look at that one
Yes,
there.
normal.
Alright, let's
Also
burn
dead,
this tree.
but not as
Alright.
big.
Lorenzo?
If it's dead, it's
Yes,
dry.
yes.
Okay, burns better.
Yes, it's dry. Yes,
Alright.
go ahead, Brit.
That tree has been bricked.
I'm interested. If I use Sear and Smart on a dagger to cut off a piece of meat, will it automatically cook the meat?
Maybe,
Serious one.
Only one way to find out.
That's fun. That's actually
I
fun.
will remember this. I will try it one day.
Yes.
So,
will be nice to
can
steer.
we short rest?
Yes, go ahead. As Paul is looking around.
Whoa, look at that
Okay,
dice.
I'm a-
Jesus.
I saw my health. I can't see the
Oh,
roll, but I saw my
like-
health go up. So something must have happened.
Lord Theodore barely got hit this game.
Yes.
He actually did really good.
Yes, he was really far away.
Uh-huh.
As he should be.
9. Pressed. Yeah, that's fine. Shugrax also did good. Yeah.
Alright.
Uh-huh. And I will be right back. In real life. Give me
Okay
1
then.
minute.
Alright, so you take a short rest. You put all the corpses on a fire. And all the zombies and ghouls in another pyre, I'm guessing. And there is a nice bit of heat generated from it. As you rest for the hour, you can see that a little bit of sunshine is coming through the darkness again. And as the hour passes by, the person is still unconscious. And Paul asks you, shall we continue? It's still quite a distance away, and I want to reach it tomorrow morning so I can prepare for the ceremony or ritual.
We
Like
want to
to be
travel
there
tonight.
At first light tomorrow. We still have some time to go.
You want to travel through the night? Is that what you're saying?
No. I just want to make good pace. I don't want to spend the rest of the day here, is what I meant. Otherwise, it will take. Otherwise, might arrive in the evening.
Yeah. Let's keep going then. I don't think we need to stay here much longer.
All right. So you put the unconscious person on the cart, I'm guessing. He is pretty well surrounded by all kinds of people. And Lord Theodore probably has his horse still. Even though I don't see it anymore. There we go. Riding horse. Still there. There we go.
Perfect.
Alright, so you push on. And about 2 hours later, the person finally awakes.
So, how Are we just moving on, or?
Yes. You are moving on.
No slapping awake up.
Well, you can, but you didn't say so. So he arrives. He wakes up 2 hours into your journey, and he looks very worried.
Is it still dark outside?
No.
No, but it was dark only around the cemetery, and as
Yes.
we move.
Yes, as you move further out of the cemetery, it became light again.
Oh, but we didn't find the source of the darkness around the cemetery because we didn't look for it, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
But as I said, after you waited for an hour to burn the corpses, etc., you could see that sunshine was coming through again.
Oh, so it was starting to dispel.
Yes.
Fate. Okay. Sure. Yes.
All right. So,
And as a spellcaster, I am sure to tell and Rude will also know that they need to be really good tied up not to be able to cast any spells and gagged.
If he's a wizard, I don't think he can without except for cantrips without his book.
no, I'm sure you can only prepare new spells with
They can cast spells with only verbal
Oh yeah, he
components
prepared
too,
spells.
so-
Sorry, yeah. But he doesn't have a spellcasting focus anymore.
Doesn't
ma-
matter. Not every spell needs a spellcasting focus. Let's just make sure he doesn't get away. Or I don't know. What are they?
They are a hobgoblin male.
Hobgoblin.
Yes.
Well, if you need me to scare him into talking, just say so. Flexes her muscles.
Maybe slap them around a bit, but I don't know.
Oh, yes, very excited. Looks very excited to allow me. I can get to slap him around. Really? You're really giving me permission here?
We'll see if they talk or not. Leonardo, what do you think? We should, yes, maybe ask them a few questions. It seems like they were doing something. Maybe I don't know. It was quite strange.
Yes, well, we've seen I've seen that magic before. Early on in my adventuring career, so there's definitely something nefarious going on.
Ooh.
That's how we got all the X's on our map, and that's how we found things. Gotta go back to the map now.
You found
Yeah.
things. All right.
We found
You want
the
to see if they are also
hideout.
on the transport.
We found the hideout at the Red Rocks. It led us to
Ooh.
Crypt Garden. It led us to Yartar.
You mean what we got the stupid, the
Yes.
strange fish tattoos that we're trying to get rid of?
That is
Ooh,
right. They seem to be at least. I mean, I at least saw a skeleton minotaur and a zombie beholder back then. So to see them again, I mean, those are pretty rare things to see and out and about.
Maybe they do have some. Maybe they know something about us and could help us get rid of these markings.
Well, it is a good shout, I'm sure. Or once Denalavi gets them chatting, we'll find out some stuff.
Yes. And rubbing, hands rubbing.
Master Cat, what do you think about all this?
That depends, Lorenzo. When I was studying with the priest, did I manage to accomplish my task there?
Say again, did you manage to accomplish?
What I was hoping for when I studied with the clerics.
That's a good question. I didn't think that much about it again. Probably not.
In that case, if I notice the guy starting to wake up, I'll close my eyes and cast Thaumaturgy twice on myself.
Okay.
First, I'll alter the appearance of my eyes so that they're glowing red. Then I use it on my voice to make it boom 3 times as loud.
All right.
And then, as he starts waking up, I'll lean close towards him and do Daunt and Roar. Wake up.
Yes, he is starting to wake up, and then he is scared, awake as someone yells at him. Everyone is a little bit startled by this roar, but Nezem is the most startled. He is very scared of you, Ruud.
Now, would you mind answering some questions, friend? And I'll do a big, toothy lion predator smile.
Yes.
Yes. I guess I don't have a choice, do I?
No. What were you actually doing in that graveyard?
That's
And
a good
why?
question. I was following the orders of my master. What
What
he
was
was
the
hoping to
plan?
achieve, I do not know.
Well, what was that?
I just told you, I do not know.
Was your master the paladin?
Really? Okay, Tenalavi is gonna just grab him by his scruff and hold him up and then wiggle him around. And are you sure about that? That you know absolutely nothing?
You cannot frighten me, woman. I have seen death already.
Are you sure?
I am a.
Sure.
I'll lean in close with my big toothy smile again. Are you sure about this? I can prevent you from dying.
Okay, and he seems to be frightened by you.
You know, I don't think you need this ear.
Oh,
Tenalavi just grabs
Alright,
one ear
alright,
and just
alright.
to slowly pull at it.
we have been violent enough. Set him down, set him down.
But you said I was allowed to rough him up a little.
Yes, but let him talk a bit. I'm
He
sure
just
he
wants-
is willing. And I look at them in the hands. I'm sure he is willing now.
Yes, but
Very disappointed face on my Tenalavi.
I'll take some dried meat or something from my packets, eat it slowly while staring at the guy.
No, seriously.
uh,
It's really going if you don't talk, and then I just drop him. I just,
okay.
Who did you say your master was?
His name is. Hey. Hold on.
What was that?
Karl Al Terra.
Clotera. What?
Is that the one that escaped with the paladin?
Yes.
And who do they serve?
I do not know.
Something Lavi, shake him a bit more. It seems like he's uncooperative.
Alright, Tenalavi takes one ear and the other ear and just lifts him on his ears and shakes him around a bit.
Okay. No need to read all of it. Don't worry. Oh, I removed your.
No.
It was a 15.
What? 13?
It was a 15.
Okay.
So I assume by now we are on the road heading towards.
Yes, you
destination,
already.
So we are
Very far on.
Yeah, just. I will send my owl out to just make wide circles around us as we move forward to keep an eye out the surroundings, and if they see anything approaching us, to come down and give me a warning. Like within, like within 200 feet of us.
Okay.
Oh, Golan, do you have a name?
The name is Nezem.
That's a stupid name. Listen here, Nezem. What do you know about the marauding parties of hobgoblins on Werevins, and what do you know about the society?
Well, hobgoblins are a, how do I put this, military folk. Not me anymore, but I do not know of which particular hobgoblin with wyvern tribe you talk about, or clan, but we are known to have wyverns, just like you are known to have dogs.
So you don't know about the ones that were just marauding about a day's journey away?
No.
Okay. What about the society? What do you know about Elwint and Kinvis?
That does not ring a bell, the society.
God, this guy is the worst person ever. You know nothing. Just a blind follower. Here, I'll do you a favor, though.
Can
And
I
I'll
inside
pull
check?
off-
Can I
I'm
inside
gonna-
check that?
Yeah.
Sorry, what did you say, Sigrid?
Can I inside check that?
Yes, go ahead.
Oh, nice.
Ooh.
Very nice.
You feel he is lying to you,
I will,
or withholding information.
Excusez-moi, because I have a nice feature of my gem dragonborn heritage that it's psionic mind, and I will just talk into Leonardo's head as they are interrogating them, and I am watching and tell them that they are holding back, and
Yeah, before they do anything
so
though,
they
make
don't
sure that
even freaking notice.
before they do anything to him though, I want to make sure that Shaggy saw my message that happened just before this.
To heal him a bit.
Yes. I will do that. I will be most kind. We seem to have roughed up you a bit too much. Let me take away some of those aches and pains, and I will start as they are talking with Leonardo, and I'm telling Leonardo and their head that he is fucking full of bullshit, and I will cast put my hands all around him, like just get my claws on his face annoyingly and stuff like that, but I'm only going to cast healing word like at the
Healing word or?
yeah. No, healing word. But I'm doing it as I'm talking. Just just annoyingly putting my hands all over them.
Okay.
At second level, so they heal 13 hit points.
Why does he heal?
At second level.
Yes, but you only heal 1d4, right?
Healing word? No. It's
No, but there's when
no,
you see
but
the
it's
chat
because
there.
because it's my about with my moon sickle, I heal a 1d4 extra for.
I see.
Yeah.
Well, he is feeling a lot better now. He says, "Thank you."
And then I slap him out. See, we're all friends here. It's no need for us to fight. I'm sure we can come to some sort of understanding.
Yes, I'm just curious what you plan to do with me after I tell you everything you want to know.
Well, if you don't lie to us, then I'm sure we can come to a positive arrangement if you do lie to us, though. You hear a very audible knuckle cracking.
Yes.
Okay.
Doesn't really work.
It wasn't physical enough.
It's well, as you see, some of my
As she's cracking her
Friends, yeah.
fingers, I make thunder boom behind her with Thaumaturgy doing it.
advantage.
Very loud cracks. Knuckles.
Alright.
So, as you see, we have some
They're a little
very
bit scary.
eager people here to make do with you, as we did your undead companions back there.
Yes, I know.
So, are we going to play nice, or?
I am willing to play nice, but I still don't see any way for me to get out of this alive. If I tell you what you want to know, you'll kill me.
Perhaps, but we still might let you live.
On the other hand, if you don't tell us what we want to know, you may still live, but a very unhappy life. I mean, a few limbs and a few ears short.
I
No.
can take my own life, that's not a problem.
No. We are not savages, so we won't. Well, at least I will not harm you in any way. But I look at
I'm still sitting right next to Shaggy with his big carnival grin.
I look at Leonardo, and we could let them go if they tell us what we want, right?
Precisely.
I'm sure he will talk. Very willingly.
Shaggy, can you do me a favor?
Yes.
Just turn around and close your eyes for about 2 minutes.
Why?
I don't want you to see what we're about to do.
Oh,
That's not necessary.
That's enough. And then I'm gonna create an eerie token, and I'm going to remove one of my fingers,
Oh my god.
and then I'll put it on his lips and go, shh. You had your chance
With-
to speak.
you remove your what is it, index finger with your other hand and just put it on his mouth.
Yep. Yep. That's enough. You had a chance to be truthful, so now we'll see what happens when you lie, and then we'll try again. How about that? Here you go, my friend. And then I'll give him my finger, and I'll go, bite on that. That will help out with what Tenelavi is about to do to you.
It seems like things are getting out of hand.
I told you to turn around just 2 minutes.
And I
It's okay.
thought necromancers
I
were evil.
did tell me I can rough him up. I take that very, very, very seriously.
Tenelavi, wrap him up.
And there goes one ear.
He shouts out in pain. And Paul stops the cart and says, "What are you guys doing?
Oh, we
We're
just
on a
played.
mission of the Morning Lord. We're not going to torture someone."
We're
We're
not
not
torturing
torturing.
him. Well, it's not torture. It's interrogating.
We're just playing with him. Look, he looks really happy now. Chatterlevy puts her fingers in his mouth and makes him smile.
My finger will go back. Don't worry. I'm sure his ear will too.
He is scared for his life now.
And then I'll just send him a telepathic message and say, "Last chance to tell us what we want to know. I know you're lying. Say
What
it
do
out loud
you
so we
want
all
to
hear."
know? You still didn't ask me a question other than the one you asked previously.
Yes, now, same question, but now give me the truth. What do you know about the society?
I know a little bit. They are, and how do I put this? A very organization with a lot of power, but also they a very, I'm sorry, I don't, it's a bit stressful situation. You see, I cannot quite find the words I'm looking for. They are opportunistic, driven. That was the word I was looking.
Okay, and do you know Elwint and Kinvis?
I think I've seen Kinvis once, yes. Is that the fish guy? Or
Each guy, yes, has a trident.
yes.
Where do
A
you
very
think your...
scary looking guy. He's a bit similar to Morok, but more powerful, I think.
Is
Where
that...
did Morak go?
How am I supposed to?
He must have had an escape plan and wondered where, you know, a backup plan of what things went south. You'd go somewhere.
Not really. Not that I'm aware of.
What is it?
Didn't think
Fish
anyone
guy.
would come. What was that?
No, Leonardo, I will tell Leonardo, what is this fish guy? Is this the one that put this, these, what's it? Yeah, these marks on us? Is that the
Yes. He gave us these, and I'll show the guy the tattoos.
one?
My tattoo. What does this
Okay.
mean to you? And yes, this is the guy.
Well, this looks like the society symbol.
Good.
I don't know
Um,
what it has to do with me, but
Fuck, I had another question. Oh, how do I get rid of this tattoo?
I don't know. Why? I don't know anyone who wants to get rid of their society tattoo. Usually you put it somewhere no one sees it.
What were you doing?
Why
in the
did you
graveyard?
get a tattoo of the society if you don't know anything
No,
about
no, don't. This
Oh.
isn't. You get a turn.
He's getting smart now. I play with his fingers. You might want to stop being smart.
I'm afraid I am outnumbered and I cannot help you. It's within your best interest to just tell them everything you know, and I will plead for your maybe living. I don't know. Like, I see like how the rest how the rest are acting, and like she cracks his, but I didn't want to kill him in the first place. I just wanted to ask them some questions. Now it's like it's fine.
It's all equal, Shaggy. He's missing an ear. I'm missing a finger. It's all even.
Well, I won't tell you what to do. If you think this is the best course of action, we've been through a lot and I trust you.
Is he going back to the Red Rocks hideout, or do you guys have another hideout?
But the Red Rocks hideout is far away from here. I don't think they'll be going there.
An insight check.
Sure.
Freaking liar.
It's about 100 miles away.
Yeah, it's far.
He's probably not going there. But, he said he's not going there, or he doesn't know about it?
He said he didn't think they'd be going there since it's really far away.
Okay. Where's the other hideout then?
Also really far away, actually.
Insight check. That's what I want. Insight check.
Go ahead. He seems to be truthful. We've been walking over here for about 5 days' travel.
So it's 5 days away.
And what exactly was your business in that cemetery?
Like I said, I follow my master's orders. What he planned to do here, aside from revive or create a whole bunch of undead, this was also the only cemetery near us.
So he only wanted to just raise some unholy beings and just make them walk around and do their bidding, and that was it. Or...
I'm not sure. I heard him say something about ooze cultists from long ago, about a chapel somewhere, but I don't know what his plans were. He doesn't tell me much, you see, and well, I don't know if Morok and he are friends or one is the boss of the other, but they do share those details with each other.
Can I inside check this guy just to see if he's full of shit and he doesn't know
Yes, go ahead.
about the bosses and he's not...
He seems to be truthful.
Okay, so he's not... He's just a lowly idiot and doesn't know anything and...
Seems to be, yeah. Seems to be the apprentice.
Yeah, I figured he was like something like that, and he's not yet, he is not yet powerful enough to be privy to information that holds power, actually, so, well, it doesn't seem like he is, he knows too much. How old does this guy look?
About 40 years old.
40.
So pretty old, yeah.
But that's in.
Goblins are about the same age, I think. They just mature a little bit earlier.
Okay. Are they Fae or something like that? I
No.
don't know.
Goblinoids.
Yeah, goblins. Well, I don't know what to do with them. Seems like they are just wandering fools from my perspective. They were meddling with things that are beyond their capabilities. Well, maybe his.
You say that out loud?
Yes,
are you
I
talking
know.
in telepathy?
No, I'm telling that to the group. Like he's, yeah, this.
I think we've got enough from him.
I agree.
I knock pat Paul on the back to stop the cart. Then I start untying the guy and kicking him off the cart.
Okay.
And then before we leave, one more thing. You're a wizard, are you not?
Correct.
I take out his spell book. I look at it. I don't like these spells. And I use Siren Might on my claws.
No, Lord Theo steps in. No, whoa. Let's just see if they can tell us more about them and what did they do. And Lord Theo will.
The apprentice won't have the spells necessary for whatever they want to accomplish.
Huh?
The apprentice won't have any the spells needed for whatever they want to accomplish.
Yeah, but Lord Theo would like to know what the spells are. Just like a general notion of what they have in their spell book.
Look down at the guy.
Just give me 10 minutes with him. Lord Theo was like, just give me 10 minutes with him and with the 10 minutes with the book, and then he can do whatever. And yeah,
I pass the book to Shaggy and tell Paul to drive off and leave the guy there in the middle of nowhere with nothing.
Okay. Thank you.
So
I just stare at him. I don't even respond to.
So you...
No, is it the guy saying thank you, right? Not Paul.
Sorry, what? Yeah, Paul.
It was the. No, I'm saying who said thank you? Was it Paul or the guy?
The guy.
Yeah, I just stare at him as we drive away. I don't even respond to thank you.
So you won't let Lord Theo consult with the guy with the book on the spells in the book?
Do you think he would tell us anything more?
No, but I just wanted to know what the spells were.
I don't trust anything that comes out of his mouth. If we've got the spell book, we can find out from someone else.
Yeah, you're probably right.
And anyway, Shaggy, I think you, me, and Paul all agree we can't really let the torture continue. I made threats, but I wasn't ready for proper torture.
Interrogation.
Yes, it seems some of our companions got a bit carried away. But
I wasn't going to step in and stop them, but I didn't want to take part in it anymore.
It wasn't me.
We were gonna give his ear back.
Has he still got your finger?
It'll grow back. It's fine.
Yes. Well, I'm not opposed to getting information, but just.
You said yourself he was lying.
Yes, he was, but maybe we could have convinced them to just talk to us, not.
I asked nicely.
Yes.
You told me to rush him out.
Yeah.
Petulant.
I don't know. I'm conflicted. Leave me alone. It's it's the struggle between getting like we need this and how do we and just being good guys and it's it's hard, man. It's hard.
You feel you are being judged, Leonardo, by a higher power, and he does not approve.
I think he's being judged by 3 separate higher powers right now. So there's 3 characters there in it.
No, Saloon doesn't care about it. She likes the torture.
Suddenly, he thinks Lune is Sirik or Baal.
Yeah.
I don't know. I've got a lot to learn. Immortal's all about enduring pain and suffering. So I thought if he enjoyed pain and suffering, but it was for the betterment of society, it would be okay. And I made myself suffer as well. I don't know. That's a lie. It doesn't really hurt to pull off my finger. I can do it a bunch, but...
What is that phrase? The road to hell is paved by good intentions.
Yes, the road to hell is paved by good intentions.
But which of the hells is that pave a way to?
This is a theological discussion, and I think at this point, I think me, Shaggy, and Paul will sit down and roll religion, see which which Alan would be.
I'm not good with religion.
Paul
Neither
is
am I.
a religious man. Yeah. He's on a quest from his god, from an angel. And eventually, it is very dark. And he puts the cart down somewhere. And he says, we can take a night's sleep here and we'll reach the chapel tomorrow, first light.
Inside check.
First,
we have...
won't we just be waking up at first light?
No, we'll have to leave a bit earlier. So that's why we're going to sleep sooner instead of wait.
Okay. I could use.
You're not
rest.
quite sure if he's lying or not.
Can I insight?
He probably thinks he's telling the truth, but
No.
You
Yes,
are
yes.
also not sure. He is taking you.
Okay,
into the-
Master Paul. It seems I'm quite tired. That conflict with.
He's taking you directly to a portal to the death of the Dunes, and you guys have no idea.
Of course, yes, of course. So, Mr. Tenalavi, should we cook some dinner?
Yes! Finally!
Sure.
Torturing is really a really hungry making business, you know.
I'm sure.
are you
it
still
is.
holding that guy's ear? Why are you still holding that guy's ear?
I want to fry it.
I don't know. I never had. What was it? Hobgoblin ear.
We can share it
I'm not.
if you want.
No. I'm not willing to try. It's fine. But maybe my owl friend and a little gray-white owl lands on Shagrax's shoulder. Maybe they could have a nibble, but no. I would. We still have some of those wyvern wings.
Yes! Fried wyvern wings! Oh, that's a good one.
No.
Time to pull out the meat out of the cooling box.
See. And I'm wondering if Shagrax ever took or had any spices from Ramley.
Probably.
To spice up the food with.
Those spices are really good. Who gave them to you?
Well, a former. They had to go on their way, but they were with us for a time. Another companion of ours.
You have a lot of those.
Wait, what was that?
You have a lot of those. I love it.
No. What are you talking about?
Spices.
Spices. The Shortmaster Ramley gave me a pouch of some of these spices, Yes, I don't know. Maybe it was this than the food itself that, I feel their absence sometimes. And,
I don't think Rude ever met Ravney.
Oh, food goes through the heart and through the stomach.
they were
That's
a
a perfect.
good fisherman, a good cook of fish.
I don't have fish here, but
No, it's all right. But anyways, let's just should we just eat and rest, and we'll see where we go to tomorrow.
yes, let's.
Agreed.
Down.
And sadly, Lord Theodore is not here because I would have had a conversation with them about their family. Or try to have a conversation about them with their family. But who knows? Maybe Tena La Vie will shed some of where they came from with the rest of them.
There isn't much to tell about my childhood family. They were piss poor, didn't have any money, basically threw me out because they couldn't feed another mouse, and then I was on my own, and I decided to head out and landed my ass in the army. Kind of. It's more like I annoyed that one guy.
Did you kind of land in an army, or was it a kind of army?
I was a kind of land my ass in there, but there was this really nice general guy. He was nice, it was exceptionally annoying until he just took me in and he teach me almost everything I know to this day. I went to war with him, and after almost 30 years of war, I was kind of done with that, so I left the army and found myself a nice remote little village in the mountains, and I lived quite a few happy years there until those stupid bitches bandits decided to start annoying me. They're not alive anymore, by the way.
I can see that. You are a quite formidable foe.
Well, better be. Can't make my old mentor sad about my performance.
But a bit of flares come out of Shagrax's dragon nose snouts. Yes. But see, we don't really talk much about each other's past. We just take a direction and go with it, but seems like we are quite strangers to each other in the end, and maybe we should remedy that. So thank you, Thenaravi, for sharing a bit of your story. So
Well, it wasn't much to share. It's not that special of a story. I'm sure you have a much more interesting story to tell. You have a few more years on me,
Well, maybe Master Cat here would like to share some of their story first. And I look at Rude.
Who's quickly trying to hide the tape measure behind his back.
Again, we didn't get all of it.
Rude is trying to hide and do something.
Yeah.
The tape measure behind his back.
Tape measure?
Check the chat. And while he's been talking, I
meanwhile,
stuck
he's
behind his
snug
back and
behind
I've been
Shaggy
measuring his
and-
horns and writing the measurements down.
Okay.
If you imagine one of those old westerns where the guy stands in
Can Rude give a stealth check to see if Shagrax will or will not?
Yes. Stealth, please.
So,
Even though he's an old man.
Yeah, that beats. And Shagrax has a passive perception of 19, so that's barely beats it.
Yes, you were just in time.
And he was involved in talking with Tenalavi and yeah, and then but then moves to active perception too because no.
No.
Yeah, asking about Rude, maybe telling some of their. Yeah. So no. Yeah. But yes, maybe Master Rude could tell us a bit about their story.
Not much of a story. I was stillborn, actually.
Oh.
The tribe managed to heal me, but I never really recovered. I was basically the runt, always. My parents died a while later from a plague, which I also caught. That's why I'm so weak. I never managed to get the strength of my family. And then they abandoned me shortly after. I was picked up by the dwarves. They're the ones who looked after me and trained me.
That's why you're so good with tinkering.
Yeah. I am an apprentice dwarven smith, basically. Well, not actually dwarven smith, but you know what I mean.
You have a bit more kitty features.
It is still quite sad being abandoned by your own kind. I somehow feel that too. Well, it's a bit more complicated.
This happens a lot more than you think, great Shaggy.
Yes, it does. Sadly, it does.
You should work.
I was just very lucky that the dwarves took pity on me and took me in.
We somehow turned out alright, more or less. In the end.
I don't even. I'm very far from the place I was born. The dwarves were traveling at the time. They were at far to the southeast, and then they took me to Mirabar, far to the north, trained me there.
Do you miss your family?
No, the dwarves are my family.
You are lucky. You found a new home.
Yes.
As I have hoped to find one for myself with all of you, since my family was lost long time ago. And I look. Who was it that knows the death of the dunes?
What do you mean?
No, who of the other characters know who the death of the dunes is and what?
Oh, Leonardo. does, and
I think only Thenelavi doesn't know
yeah,
Death of the Dunes.
because the
Yeah.
Death of the Dunes also showed up at Red Rocks.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So, yes. I look at Leonardo and I believe Theo knows also. So, that fire dragon, as most of them are, took everything away. But still, it's still worth fighting for the ones that remain, even if they are not family.
Blood doesn't make family.
No, it does not. But enough. I don't.
Can I hug you? I want to hug you.
Okay, I just disconnected.
Hug the dragon? No.
I hug the dragon, hug the cat. Just make a big hugging pile, just randomly.
One arm under the other.
If Shaggy starts hugging me, I'll put my arms behind him and start trying to measure his horns again.
And the cat just gets kind of picked up and stuffed in between a very giant lady and a little bit less giant dragon.
The cat's my tail is straight back now, and my ears are back. Very upset cat.
Well, you have been hugged.
Yeah, it's the type of hug.
Of love.
Yeah, it's the type of hug that it's like, please let me go. I can breathe. From Tender Love You, right?
Yep.
I figured.
Tough love.
Yeah.
We love each other very much.
Let's Leonardo.
Yes.
I don't know. It seems like we've been thrown in this pot together. But what is our goal in the end? I do not know. What is yours?
I don't know either. I feel if we want to do something good, we've got to figure out something with these stupid dragons and stupid giants. But you know that means at some point you'll have to face the Death of the Dunes, and you've been very hesitant to even consider it.
I'm just afraid I'm not yet powerful enough to help you defeat them.
Don't worry, we're here for you. We can make up for what you lack in strengths, old man.
If you don't understand, I'm not powerful enough to help you defeat them. You alone are not powerful enough.
No, but we are not alone. That's the thing. There are many. It might add up. It might add up to enough. But we could just go and behead some giants first, just for fun.
And I've been thinking about that, the giants. Known enemies of the dragons. They could be of aid if we helped them in their problems now.
Historically speaking, most giants have never been friendly to smaller folk.
Yes, that's what I mean. We could help them in their.
What did you say, Ruud? They have never been friendly?
No, historically, not usually. I don't.
Depends
I
on
don't.
the giant. Time.
Not,
Yeah, but that's why it's not usually. Just not never.
not
not-
not all of them. The
Yeah.
higher.
We met the I can't remember his name now. That friendly storm giants.
Yes. Sephiros.
And
Cloud giants about 50-50. This is common knowledge.
yeah.
And it was before as well. Storm giants usually went well. The rest, not so much.
Yeah.
No,
but
the lesser
Before
giant-
it was mostly
Yeah.
they live there, humans live away. You never see each other, you know.
Yeah, it's the lesser giant. The lesser giants don't really care about small folk. The
Yeah.
higher you go, the like they have an understanding about like everybody needs to live.
We
in
could
this
say
world
that the
that-
higher class
yeah.
giants are more noble.
Yeah, we actually met. I don't know. Was Shagrax there? I don't know. When they met the one that came to Waterdeep.
Waterdeep, yeah.
Yeah, the nobles.
That's the one I was trying to think of now. I can't remember what.
Yeah,
The
maybe-
Lord something.
Yeah,
Lord Nimbolo.
yeah, Lord Nimbolo. Yeah,
Yeah.
yep, that's the one. That see it, and
Amicable enough. I mean,
yes, but if we could resolve their problem, maybe they will be willing to aid us, me in getting rid of one of the most vile scourges of the earth.
Well, I mean, I can imagine it's quite fun having a friendly arm wrestle match with a giant, but are you sure they are actually willing to meet with us? On friendly terms?
No, that is the problem. We'll have to work for their help. We have a what do you call it? A point of interest, a lead, if you must. What was it? The what's he called? The one that was friendly to humans, a frost giant.
Frosty! Ooh.
What was it, DM? That
Sorry?
the frost giant that we needed to.
Harshnag.
Harshnag, yeah.
Yes, that Claw Gilliamator told you about.
Mhm. So he might be of use to help us. Well, I don't want to get you involved, but giants are rampaging your lands. So, I don't know. Like, Shagrax is a bit lost for words now. He knows what's happening and he needs the help to get rid of his problem with the help of giants, but yeah.
Don't worry, we get this sorted out. I'm sure of it.
Paul asks if you guys want to sleep now, so you can arrive at the chapel on time.
Well, I guess we should, shouldn't we?
I think we should.
Who takes first watch? I volunteer.
All right. Then Alavi takes first watch. Paul will take second watch.
Leo will take third.
All right.
Shigrax won't tell Kenny.
Somehow, you all wake up and nothing strange has happened.
Oh!
It's
Wow.
a miracle.
Yes, you get a good night's sleep.
That rare?
Pow, 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 pow.
You did hear some creatures in the distance, but Paul seems to have found the perfect spot.
Oh, you're magical. We should take you along in our luggage.
So, everyone wakes up in the morning. You all have had a long rest. And Paul jumps on the cart and he gets ready to roll out.
With the one horse.
No, two. He stole one. He stole Leo's horse.
Ah, yeah.
He has to
Spending
give up
all
his
your-
horse.
Yeah.
So only Theodore has a horse still. And he sets off. It's still very dark outside. You guess it's about 5 a.m. or something. And you see a beautiful orange sun. No, not sunset,
Sunrise.
dawn. Sunrise, yes, sunrise. And in the distance, you see a chapel on a hill. It's a pretty large building. And as you get closer and closer, you think you've heard of this chapel before. Its shape and the colors, it's a very nice yellow, or it was actually. Now you can see that there are, as you get about 100 feet away from it, you can see that what was supposed to be a golden or yellow chapel has many different colors on it. It's like people splashed cans of paint over it, which is really sad, but that's how it is.
Oh.
I think the thing needs a
and
good scrub.
Leonardo and Theodore can roll a history check to see what they remember, since it's close to Waterdeep. Or
history?
religion or history. About this
history on Theo.
Not bad. Leonardo, better.
Even better.
All right, so you both know that this is the chapel devoted to Lathander, the Morning Lord. And the eclipse of the Sun Chapel is a legend shared across generations. This is a story about a priesthood devoted to the sun god Lathander. And they lost their home when Ooze cultists attacked during an auspicious solar eclipse. And as you can clearly see, the cult defiled the chapel. And what Leonardo also remembers is they created a planar gate from which oozing horrors spilled forth. And amidst the massacre, a cleric sacrificed themselves to seal the portal and block part of the chapel with a magical wall. But the damage was done and the chapel was already lost. This is what you know of this chapel, Leonardo. As it finally clicks now that you see it, the paint everywhere, the nice golden chapel. You see many windows in it to let in the morning light and the dawn as well. So, Paul parks the cart about a few feet away from the entrance of the chapel. And he tells you, as you all see the beautiful sunrise behind the chapel, that you have reached your destinations.
Only a few feet away from, not like having like.
Nope. He sets it only a few feet away from you.
That's wonderful. All right. 10. Okay, 10 11 can't move.
Yes.
10 11 just jumps off the car and says, "Oh, that's wonderful. We finally arrived. That was quite the adventure." And just walks past Paul and throws open the doors and says, "Well, let us look at the mess."
Yes. As you open the doors, Dan Levy, you see not much of a mess inside actually. It seems to be pretty clean. But when you stood here, you could see that it was built to observe the rising sun. And there is in the distance, on the far side of it, you already saw brilliant stained glass windows. And you saw that there were outside also many different flowers or plants, but they've all died out as well. Also have paint splashed on them. And as you open the door, Paul already walks ahead of you. And that is where we are going to end tonight's session. You've entered the chapel that was attacked by ooze cultists. We've made it. And Paul will tell you that his ritual to cleanse the portal will take, or cleanse the chapel will take an entire day. And he might need your help.
We'll have to
Would you
think
need more
about
help?
that for next time.
Yes.
Yes. But till then.
Well, I'm going to actually just go for a minute if you guys don't mind. I need to wake up and get to work in 6 hours.
Yeah,
Don't-
no problem.
Don't worry, I do too.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah.
Yes.
Till next
Thank
week.
you, everyone.
Have a good one.
See you next
Till
week.
next week, everybody. And hope to see you next time.
See ya.
See ya.
Bye.
Bye. Bye.
Bye.
Bye.